All right, contestants, it's time to buckle in. We hope to see you earn your stripes.
Hello and welcome back to the Finals Master Series by Breakout Esports. My name is Artie and I'm joined here by Rio.
Hello.
How's it going, Rio? How you doing today?
It's going great. I'm doing just well. I'm really excited to see what these matches bring us today, and hopefully it'll be quite like a repeat of last time.
Exactly. Same here. Hoping for a good little bit of battle this weekend. We are in qualifier number 3 this weekend, and previously we had Team Yappers win qualifier number 1, Team BKO winning qualifier number 2, and so now teams are pushing for another qual spot today, and things have been heating up since the game started yesterday.
Absolutely. First up, we're going to be having the Frog 3 versus the Berts. So it'll be quite an interesting game to see, especially with the performance from Frog 3 last time. And yeah.
Yeah, so last weekend, or during qualifier number 2, we did get to see a few of these teams competing. Frog 3 and LRC being two of the teams that made it onto our broadcast during the last weekend qualifier number 2. That being said, we're seeing Frog 3 in another sticky situation. They're starting off this time in the lower bracket, which means 1 elimination, and they are as good as gone. Following that as well, Team LRC, they are going to be up for a fight up against Team Scallywags, which is comprised of a few of the most absolute dominant players in the finals scene. So this is already going to be a fantastic start to our upper bracket run for whoever's going to be able to make it to the grand finals. And following this, we also will go through the runnings in the lower bracket, because Frog 3, Berts, Divine Dead, no idea. Whoever wins their first match, they still got 3 more to win before those grand finals. And we're going to be taking a look here at the map pick and ban rates.
Yeah, personally, I really like the new Cis Horizon map. I don't see it getting banned a lot. It's definitely, a map that's played. But it'll be really interesting because there's kind of a nice spread across all the maps.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to see. For example, Skyway Stadium is the most picked map, whereas Cis Horizon is just behind it. One team making the difference there, and then looking out to see that Seoul is the most banned. It's, given the fact that Seoul is so highly trained on, it makes sense that people are just sick of playing the map. But at the same time, there are some tricky situations. Even if you practice and practice and practice on Seoul, if you just get one bad spawn, it could be detrimental.
Absolutely. And in addition to that, the Soul also has a lot of verticality that the other maps just don't have, and I think that makes it so much harder, having to look up and look all around in places that you don't just expect. So that makes sense that it's banned and kind of more competitive.
Absolutely, but for today's matches, I think that we can kind of expect teams to be pulling out pretty much the same strat no matter what map it is. We talked a little bit last time about, hey, maybe teams will change it up depending on what map they're on now, but for now, things are at least just going to be pretty standard. Teams just pressing that W key. You look at the split 1 leaders here as BKO and Yappers. They've already qualled. We also see Frog 3 and LRC currently holding some of the top spots, but again, they're gonna have to win a qualifier to be guaranteed.
Yep, should be a good match.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a fun matchup. I do actually not know, however, if we're starting with lower bracket or if we are going to be starting off with that very, very exciting and intense Scallywags game that's going on in the upper bracket today. We are on lower bracket first, so it's going to be Frog 3 versus Berts. And as far as Team Berts goes, they have some intense competitors as well. It's formerly known as Team Swaco, as we've seen them pop up through scrims. Swaco, Chickpea, and Kuno Z. They are a team that is comprised of some of the most insane light players in the finals.
Yeah, and you really don't see that played out a lot. And normally it's heavy, medium, or some other mix of that. Thankfully, we banned the heavy mix in this, which is quite advantageous. So, yeah, I would love to see some really good light players today.
Absolutely. The thing about the light players versus just going in with just straight up triple medium is the fact that light, you have to be a skirmisher. You have to be taking fights from the side. You can't just run head on like a medium or a heavy. The
Mhm.
reason that we get a lot of people that are playing light is just because it is so viable. You create so many openings for your team just by being in a slightly different position, having the invisibility for a quick out, having the glitch grenades to open up for your team. There's so many possibilities as long as you can stay alive and not get shot, especially given the fact that in the Finals Master Series, we are banning double heavy. That would be the dominant meta if we weren't doing something about it ourselves. So that's kind of how this bracket works.
Yep. And really, anytime that I encounter double heavy, it's just annoying. And I think that when you get lights in the mix, it just showcases the skill so much more because you are so weak and you can really just get taken down by heavies immediately. So it'll be, yeah, a true show of skill.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see the matches get started up. We're just waiting for final confirmation. There has been a lobby bug for the custom game matches in the finals ever since they dropped. So just stay tuned, folks, while we get some of these minor issues sorted out. Might be a little bit difficult to have a match without everybody playing in it. So.
Yep. And hopefully, as the finals continues, we'll see more and more developed on the custom game side because it's really kind of quite lacking. But we're still really happy that we have something compared to nothing what we had when we started. So,
Yeah, exactly. I'm super, super thankful that we even have them to begin with.
mm,
While we sort out some of these technical issues, we will come right back to you right after this break. Alrighty, everybody, we are back and the games have started. Looks like we were able to get through in the end. So let's take a look at what we're dealing with here. Chickpea running on the light. Love to see it. Sueco on heavy and Z on the healer medium.
absolutely, getting some nades thrown in there, doing some chip damage. They're on the crane, which is a great spot to be.
Yeah, fighting over Vault 1 right now. We're going to be watching as Frog 3 sticks together, and teamwork is the name of the game. But that's what Chickpea's goal is here, is to sort of get in between. Now, we are watching as Sueco and Z hug each other up, as you should, with a heavy and a medium with that heal beam. Got to have that perfect level of sustain for the or for your heavy player. But Frog 3, we haven't gotten a good look at them just yet, but it looks like they're still unable to take some space, even after they got an opening by taking out Z in the beginning.
Yep. And it looks like the first vault is going to be open, and we're going to see who takes it.
Currently, it is Team Bertz that's in control of that vault, but they're not going to put it anywhere just yet. They're going to wait to see Frog 3, because Frog 3, they're on top of that crane, like we said in the very beginning, and swapping places with Chickpea. And now that they're on the crane in the control spot, they are able to at least have a little bit of crowd control, figure out where Sueco and Z are going to make their approach from if they try to just run away with the vault without dealing with them first. That being said, it also puts them at a stalemate position as well, since, well, they don't have the vault. You see Chickpea using that light, small form factor to actually get in there and slip away, and they want it to go into cash out B, the easiest to defend on that side of the hospital.
Yep, throws up a portal so he can hop up there, and I bet he can take the zip line. His whole team is on it. And they throw the cash box.
Yep, gonna just make it right
near
through, right near. Luckily, they did not get the roof spawn here. I think the roof spawn would be the hardest to deal with in this situation, especially just given the fact there's not a lot of places your light can go. But now they are going to be able to get this set in. But Frog 3 pushing up through the staircase. Bertz has to clear him out. One is going down right off the rip here, but where did the other two run off to? Remember that Frog 3 doesn't tend to run a medium or a light, which means that they should have an extra pair of defibs on hand to pick that player up. So Bertz would be better for them to just go ahead and get that team wipe. Although I think that Frog 3 is just going to play the coin here.
Yep. Well, the cash out has started, so the timer is going, and now we just get to watch and see. And get some chip damage on them. They throw the APS turret down, which is great. And they take it down immediately.
Yeah, no real reason to put that APS in that position, given the fact that it is immediately going to get shot down. And also, no one would throw grenades at that front door. Here we are, a much better area for them if they needed that APS. But see Chickpea getting that sideline skirmish, doing just enough damage for his team to finish him off. The frag grenades and glitch grenade combination will make it even harder. And look at that, Sueco and Z cleaning it up while Chickpea just opens with those grenades.
Yep, first team wipe of the match. Not bad, really quick.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I love about Chickpea is that Chickpea is very familiar with what he needs to do in order to create the opening for his team. He's one of the most, I want to say, selfless players. He plays for his own kills. He will prioritize not getting the kill so that his teammate can finish it off and do more damage to the other members of the enemies.
We're really seeing some good plays from the nades already. We see that the other team spawned, and just look at that, and he already chipped away a lot. And used 4 nades, used the grenades and the glitch grenades. So it's quite interesting to see somebody just constantly lobbing them out there.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the frags is that you're able to open up and take space that you wouldn't otherwise be able to take as a light being so squishy. Glitch Grenade going to come in, going to remove all of the shields here, and so once Sueco and Z drop in, there's not going to be much Frog 3 can do here. Looks like the entire team is going to get wiped out here, but instead it's Bertz that goes out. But is there time to steal the cash out?
I don't think so.
I don't think that the cash out was stolen.
Nope.
And there we go. It is actually going to be Sueco still in control. Look at that. The jet setters of Bertz able to maintain their lead.
It's a great start, honestly. We're starting to move towards Vault 2. No team really looks like they're close to it, so it'll be interesting to see if they all converge on it at the same time. And I do think somebody just started opening it.
Giving you guys a gateway.
I think it's Bertz.
Right down there, actually.
Or is that Frog 3?
Can you drop on the gateway? It's pinged.
Oh, what? I have no mesh. I have to chill.
Frog 3 stuck up on the top. Chickpea's red barrel not going to quite go where he needed it to drop them down, but probably better out this way, given the fact that now Frog 3 is a little bit scrambled, trying to find where Chickpea ran off to. Chickpea ends up going down, though, before he can do much about it. Although it's not going to matter too much. Vault 2 still quite a ways away from Cash Out C, which it appears to be where Frog 3 wants to go to. So Z and Sueco will have a good chance to reset, make some space before Chickpea coins back in.
The split.
Yep.
Yeah, they are.
Reset out.
And there he comes. He comes back in,
Careful,
and we start to see the whole team push together.
Oh,
And I think they all just fell. Wow.
no way.
It was a
I-
great shot on the zip line.
That is actually insane. The zip line shot that takes them both out. I haven't seen that in scrims or in a tournament in a while, but it has happened before. If I had a nickel for every time this has happened in a cash prize tournament, I would have 2 nickels, which is way more nickels than it should be given the situation.
Absolutely. That's really the risk of the zip line versus the jump pad. It just can be taken down if you're going over an empty space.
We know where inside I can hole.
No. I'm gonna look down here for a sec.
What's interesting is they're really keeping their distance and waiting for the whole team to
under
get there
here.
until they start attacking the cash bar or the vault by themselves.
Exactly. Because Chickpea can't
APS.
really do much on his own other than open up space and maybe do a little bit of
APSs.
early damage.
If we make him
But
feel that
when Sueco is able to get in there and find his opening, followed in with Z on the heels, that is when they can start to actually claim the cash out. Glitch Grenade gonna go in.
Left alone,
Unfortunately,
left alone.
doesn't
Ah,
land
push,
before
push,
some of that
push,
util
push,
comes
left
out from Frog 3. But now you see the Chickpea does enough opening damage for the team to come in. It is immediately traded out though. Burtz and Frog 3 both losing players, but
Good
it
elbow
is
kill.
gonna be Chickpea still up in a 1v1, no HP. He's
What?
got a dream. Unfortunately, the Glitch Grenade
How
did
did the-
not
wait,
take
hello?
out the dome.
Domes don't
How
break
did
in
that
glitch.
not take out the dome?
I have no idea. It landed right on it.
Oh my god, man. Like, what is this, man?
Looks like this cash out is secured. They're not going to respawn in time. Even jump on that.
That is insane.
Did they
That
get
heavy
glitch
was
in it?
so low. The glitch grenade glitched, and that actually lost Frog, or that lost Burt's the cash out.
Glitch through like, what?
It's okay. I'd rather have a closer game. Now we get to see the next cash out. It'll be really big. Winner takes all.
Absolutely. They still have some time. They still have the ability to make this work out for them on number 3.
One medium one.
There's
Glitched.
those nades again. He's really great at just lobbing them perfectly.
Oh, there we go. Immediately
Nice.
gonna have the upper hand when it comes to the vault fight. 2 players down on Frog 3. Take that Frog 1, if I may. Vault gets open, but Frog 3 might have enough time to come in and cut him off before things get started. But
I
that's
have a
why
portal on it. We
you got
go
Chickpea
under.
here with the portal.
Cross.
Let's see where that portal is going to go. It should allow them a free cross into A. That is well within their ability here. So Sueco or Z, one of them is going to grab the cash out, go straight through the portal, and they'll have a beeline right into cash out A.
Where are they
Question is Frog 3 waiting for them?
Padding or pad?
You really hope so, but it's such a close spawn from where the vault is that they're
above
getting
them.
right on it and going to get it started right now.
They're trying to pad up. They're trying to pad
You
up.
see the whole Frog 3 is here, and
Pad it up. Pad it
interestingly
up.
enough, the light is running away, kind of hiding.
Nades
Oh,
They'll
yeah,
be
well,
high ground.
If you have 2 people looking at you as a light, that's basically a death sentence. They have to. Chickpea has to wait for Sueco and Z to be in a good spot. But we see that it is Frog 3 currently in control of the cash out. Not too much of an issue here. It does allow them to zone a little bit better. Z will come through for the heals on Chickpea, and now they're waiting for the time to strike. They've isolated one medium player on the side, but it does look like he is actually doubled up with the other. Second gateway about to go through. They're going to drop right on Frog 3's heads. You can see the heavy
Just drop.
making ways down.
We gotta knock this down.
DPS turret down, heavy shield is down, dump shield is down. and now they're just holding it.
They cross. You want to paddle?
Yeah, looks like there is
Yeah,
one
yeah,
more
let's go,
APS
Sam,
up where
Sam.
Frog 3 is holding, but Frog 3 seems to have crossed back
I hit
over.
my head.
Chickpea, Sueco, and Z, they have to send it now. Chickpea going to be falling behind here as he doesn't quite hit the jump pad
Heavy,
where it needs
heavy,
to go.
heavy,
Glitch
heavy,
grenade
heavy, heavy.
not landing where it needs to. The Heavy taking
Bro,
tons of
stop, bro,
damage.
man, I got
We will
rocked
see
it.
Sueco going down first. Z on 1 HP. This is not looking good. All 3 members of Frog 3 are still up, and it's just Chickpea. Worse things have happened, though. Let's see. Unfortunately, Chickpea not able to follow through, and this might be it for map 1. But we'll see. There could be enough time on that cash out station for them to come in with a full send and steal, but it is unlikely, Rio.
Yep, they have to dive on there immediately, and I just don't see it happening unless they spawned right next to it, and it does not look like it. They spawned over 100 meters away in this case. So even if they get over there, they throw their zip lines down, they're just not going to make it with enough time to hold down for the 10 seconds it takes to take the vault.
I think we have to force cash.
And
That's
there
going
we
to be
go.
the end of it here. Frog 3 takes map 1 on Soul. Super unfortunate for Birds, given the fact that that second cash out, it was a glitch grenade that ended up costing the entire game there. But no worries, because they still have another chance. Remember, it is a best of 3 situation, not only for the cash outs, but for the maps as well.
Absolutely. And it was really some great gameplay just from both teams involved. Really great to see when we get both teams get a cash out, and just waiting to see who the third and final winners are of the match. Did you have any favorite moments that you saw, Artie?
From that match, I mean, we could just already sort of see the cohesion that Frog 3 has actually acquired since last time. They were a lot more... the very first time we saw them on broadcast, we saw that they were doing a lot of interesting strats, maybe to try and cut off the competition a little bit and take them by surprise. They're putting a lot of thought into it. But at the very beginning, those strats weren't working out because it just wasn't in what works, right? Whatever their strategies were that they were pulling out weren't good enough to stay on top. Now, though, that was then. Now,
Yep.
Frog 3 is learning quite quickly how to deal with the current meta, the current play styles of how people are holding the cash out, how people are holding the vaults. And as you can see now, Frog 3 is putting themselves in a very good running to possibly take it all today. So the question is really just going to be, can they keep it up in map 2?
Yep, absolutely. And if I remember correctly, Frog 3 was the one that would immediately start the cash out and then run away. And that was always such a surprise that they would try and ambush the team as they came in. And really just kind of not the best strategy, but it seems like they're not employing that anymore. So they have definitely changed their strategies, gotten things going, and it'll be quite exciting to see what they do in the next match.
Yeah, I think that there are a few things that Frog 3 still needs to work on. But hey, if they are able to do it, then it will work out perfectly. That being said, map 2 is going to come right after this break.
Sounds good.
Everything is twofold. What's joy is pain on the other hand. And what happens when the one that you love is the main cause of your suffering? Everything is twofold. What's joy is pain on the other hand. And what happens when the one that you love is the main cause of your suffering? Everything is twofold. What's joy is pain on the other hand.
All right, we are back. The lobby's still waiting to start up. It looks like they have everybody in, but they oh, it's the lobby, it's the party glitch. Again, happens. What's really weird about the way that the lobby system works is that you have to get everyone in a specific order, and it's just so difficult to coordinate that sometimes. But you know, hopefully one day, you know, if only we had the technology, Rio.
Yep. But like I said, thankfully, you know, when this started, we had like, what, 2-3 months with nothing. And you really just hope to, yeah, if you wanted to play with friends or do a private match, it just was impossible. So the idea of us doing even tournaments is awesome that we're here. But yeah, we really hope that in the future they improve this by a lot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I remember, you know, it was a long, long time ago, back in the glory days of 2008, when, you know, Halo 3 had working custom lobbies. But, you know, maybe that's an ancient technology, long and forgotten.
Well, I do like that they moved it just recently where 2 people can start a private match, which is great because there's a lot in the map that I kind of want to hop around and just explore on my own because they are quite detailed, and every time I'm just flying around when I'm dead, it's quite impressive to see everything. And I like to think that there are still probably some Easter eggs and some things hidden in the maps that we haven't seen. So I think that, yeah, I'll need to check out the the private match with just a friend here soon.
Yeah, and so speaking about that last match when we had the glitch grenade coming through and not breaking the bubble, it is actually a bug, this patch, where glitch grenades do not burst bubbles as they should. Now remember, this isn't an update that happened with patch notes. This is actually something that just randomly happened this last patch that has not been fixed. So,
wow, that's so unfortunate.
Super unfortunate that has to happen. You know, it is just so difficult to sort of maintain up with, you know, all the changes, all the updates that are happening to different weapons and different different loadouts, interactions between everything. Now you have to worry about bugs and glitches too.
Yep.
We see actually this Chickpeas swapped off of the light because of it.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. If it's going to impact your gameplay, let's go with something that works.
This is pretty insane to see now that we're watching Chickpea back on the medium. All right, it's gonna be 2 teams of the double heals and the single heavy. Unfortunately for Bertz, though, Frog 3 just has a slightly better position. Sueco is gonna be able to pick up 1 though, but looks like Frog 3 might be in a good spot for now as they keep trades coming through. But 1v1 Kynes is not going to be in a good spot compared to Z, and that's going to be Bertz winning the first team fight.
Nice. And I really like how they were all huddled behind that barricade. They're just so big now, and it's a really defensive strategy to throw them up. And as we wait for them to respawn, here they come. Seems like Bert is going to get the cash box started, or the vault opened, and I bet you that they take it to A. But we'll just have to see.
Frog 3 gonna have to try and get closer to cash out A, but here's the best part about this map here is once you know the spawns, you know exactly what direction Frog 3 is gonna be coming from if they're gonna try to go fast in. So we'll see Chickpea, Sueco, and Z setting up to be right in between them. Frog 3 gonna be just jumping right in the jump pad and the staircase, trying to take a little bit of a side angle. And look at that, they start off strong by taking out Chickpea to begin with.
A lot of close combat happening too. Last match we were seeing a lot of a little bit further away, but they are just hopping right in there. I think that's the difference between the light and the medium that we're seeing.
100%, but also look at the sustain here. Frog 3 is still able to keep everybody up and up, but look at this. Chickpea, Z, and Sueco keep knocking them back down. Another team fight, and I think every single member of Frog 3 was revived at one point there. Pretty insane.
J'aurais pas dû rusher, ouais. Moi je vais rester beaucoup plus chill étant donné qu'on est sur serveur NA.
We're already halfway through this first cash out, so they're gonna have to dive on it and really get something going.
can't get reached by Mega from here.
Probably spawn.
I do like the use of the APS turrets because it kind of just shuts down all the nades, and it gives them a place to huddle on and hold out while the enemy keeps on them.
Yeah, Frog 3 is struggling to find an entry here, and Bert seems to have fully figured out exactly what Frog 3 was pulling from that last match until now. You see Frog 3 playing with the barricades and the domes. Bert does not like to hunker down and stay in one spot. So this is actually going to be a very big difference in playstyle, and forcing Frog 3 to come out of that bunker, out of that safety, is going to separate them in a way that will make it a little bit harder for them to keep their cohesion. But they're going to try to force a steal here. They are able to at least take out Chickpea, but the steal will not come through as we're watching Sueco and Z deal too much damage. But what is this? Frog 3 almost comes through. It's going to be a singular win right there for Bert's. Frog 3 gets wiped at the very end. Sueco doing everything to stay up. The sustain on the team is wild.
Absolutely. And I really am liking these close engagements. That makes it more exciting, and you can just see more people just diving in and really getting the shots off that they need.
100%, especially just given the fact that you know, this is the entrance that Bert's needed to remain competitive, right? I feel like if they lost that first cash out due to just one major push by Frog 3 actually working out, they could chalk their mental just a little bit. But now they're back on a strong foot here. They know that they could get knocked out if they don't win this map. It's going to be a good standing for them to at least be in the lead and in control of the vault going into this next cash out fight. Chickpea goes down, the call's made, don't cash it. They're going to try to buy time while Chickpea coins back in.
Ça l'a lâché, super. Ils sont au-dessus de moi, à gauche de moi dessus.
On monte là, on fait quoi?
Ouais, il faut monter, Ils vont être à gauche de nous dès qu'on monte là.
Yep, looks like they're going to go to cash out C. Get this started.
This could be pretty bad if Frog 3 is able to deposit, but looks like they're not. Sueco is standing in harm's way, and Chickpea is able to finish him off there. They're going to be seeing Sueco get traded out here. Look at that. That's a heal beam, not a gun when the enemy is pushing. You should have the other one out. Frog 3 going to be getting eliminated just a little bit here, but Z gets traded out as well. We keep seeing it go down to just 1v1, but it's Sueco and Chickpea. They are able to get a res. One more member, and that's going to be the wipe. Absolutely incredible start here for Team Bert's as Frog 3 is unable to deal with the situation at hand. Cash out number C is about to get started here. Let's see if Bert's can keep the streak on.
I think they're going to hold the cash out until the enemy team respawns, just to make sure that they spawn further away. And I think that's exactly what they just did. Now they're getting set up, going up the ladder. I like this strategy where you kind of set up the cash cash out station with something, you know, a gas or a molly or a red barrel. So just you have something to shoot when they come into it. Gives you that extra little bit of distance. I quite like the gas because unless you have a smoke, it's just, you know, hard to push onto that without taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, and no, there is no member of Frog 3 that's running fire, so if that gas pops, they are going to have to get a little bit of a fire barrel to throw in there. See Chickpea going to buy some time, but remember, they could also just break the floor underneath. That's what happens here, breaking it 2 floors down. And again, this is what Frog 3 does best. They find a place to hunker down, and they go in.
Oh, and they got it.
Steal is going to come through. This is super, super unfortunate as Chickpea makes his way down, putting himself in harm's way. The question is, are they able to get the steal before Frog 3 gets set back up? Dome is out, the shield as well, the body block. They are able to re-steal it. Absolutely insane, but no member of either team has gone down yet. This is very, very intense as Frog 3 tries to find an entry. Z, half HP, now 1/4. Will he be able to survive? He comes back up. The heals are going to come through. They're going to try and deal as much damage as possible. One member of Frog 3 goes down before getting res. Half HP, and that's going to be a wipe. No time left. That's Bert's on map 2, Sis Horizon.
Perfect. It was really quite a change from the last map that we saw. I wonder if it all kind of revolves around the heavy light switch, or the medium light switch.
Yeah, absolutely. The entirety of the situation just relying on the fact that Bertz needs to make sure that they don't give Frog 3 enough time to set up and hunker down. They need to make sure they can get in there and break those ankles. And that's exactly why when that second cash out, Frog 3 got the steal, Bertz was able to come back in and just steal it right back anyway, because Frog 3 was in the middle of trying to get away to reset back up.
Yep. And really interesting to see that Frog 3 wasn't able to get a single cash out. They just didn't have the same play style that they did in the last map. So really interesting to see. And I guess we get to see one more match with them for the winner takes all.
Exactly. It's a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors situation where Frog 3 needs to make sure that they maintain control of the vault, and they're the first ones to get that cash out started. But even when that happened on the first cash out, they did not have the ability to follow through with that after they take too much time to get set up into those hunker down bunker positions. But without further ado, we are going to take a small break and come back into map 3 right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping in yet again to map number 3. This time it is Frog 3 and Bertz. Double medium.
You love to see it. Anytime match goes into 3 rounds, 3 matches, it's really exciting because now it can be anybody's game. And it'll really depend on which team kind of pulls out all the stops. And if there's a time to play hard, this is it.
Absolutely, especially given the fact that this is the time to show off. There's nothing left after this. You got to get both cash outs for yourself here. If it goes to cash out number 3 on map number 3, that's how you know we had a good bracket, because the right teams made it at the right time. You're going to see Frog 3 stacking up on this fight. They're trying to do this proc damage from one neighborhood to another, and I've never understood these fights. Nobody's going to die here anyway. Bertz is just trying to at least make it over to the side. Frog 3 stalling as much as possible. But look at this, overexposing, causing themselves to take a little bit of damage. Remember, if you have the most amount of damage dealt to you by the time the other team is ready to pad over, it is a huge disadvantage.
Yep. But thankfully they have the healing beam, which really kind of makes these fights not that important. So
that's the thing.
Right back up.
Exactly. When you have a double healer set up on both teams, these fights are less important than just getting that early advance in underneath. Remember, maximum height does not matter all the time, so a lot of teams still have to grapple with that reality. That being said, though, Frog 3 was able to deal at least enough damage to keep Bertz away, stop them from making their push at all. And now, cash out is about to get started. Cash out B. The question is, will Sueco, Z, and Chickpea go from the bottom or go from the top?
You know, it's really interesting. I see him running with the defib out. There's no speed boost in my opinion. I guess he's just prepared in case a teammate goes down, but I would really just have a gun out. Interesting strategy to see. Not something that I would play with, but...
T'arrives à descendre?
Get started with Frog 3. They are playing a little bit split here. The mediums are not playing directly on top of the heavy, and that's going to mean that the heavy goes out first. But remember, they've got defibs, and the paddles could come through here. But what is this? Frog 3, it looks like Hines isn't even making a move to res his heavy. Basila most likely going to be using a coin to get back in. And the main question here is going to be, where is Sueco and Z going to come from? The steal happens. Sueco on the shields. That steal is going to come through. Basila is going to be back in the fight here, but Hines taking tons of damage. That is going to be Z getting the first frag onto F3 after they've all been rezzed.
Yeah, really interesting choice. I don't know why they didn't grab the little statue and just run away. I guess they made back because now they're in a really bad situation.
They definitely couldn't have, because the heavy died up in the attic space, and that's where Chickpea Z and Sueco had pushed into. But the real question is, why was he on his own there in the first place? Now we see that Bertz is in control of Cash Out B. And now they just have to wait for one more push from Frog 3. But I think Cash Out 1 should be secured by our boys in Bertz.
Yep. No way that they could dive on this even after they respawn. Most respawns happen over 100 meters away, and that takes 10 seconds at least to get over there, even with the zip lines and jump pads. And, yeah, it's just not enough time to hold it and steal it.
Here's Frog 3 trying to find their entry, but yeah, there's just not enough time, especially with that gas on there. They could heal through, but you need both healers on the gas now, and it's just not going to be a way that works out. This is Cash Out going in for Bertz. A strong start. And last map, they were able to run away with it. First map, they weren't. Let's see what happens here as Frog 3 gets ready to try to tackle this. I can't understand French, but I know they're strategizing right now in this free camp.
S'il vous plaît, les gars. Allez. J'ai pas envie de rentrer chez moi là maintenant. J'ai envie d'attendre ici jusqu'à 2h, 3h du matin, donc c'est bon.
Yeah, it is really interesting how far away you'll spawn if the enemy team is near the vault, or they start opening it. It just really kind of gives a lot of space and a lot of time before either team kind of gets into an engagement, especially when it's just like this, where it's one team on one team.
Looks like they're going to pad over to the side here. Sueco, Z, and Chickpea are so in sync right now. You hear them counting down before they make their moves. Such good positioning, trying to break that jump pad, but unfortunately they're not able to break the pad in time. But it doesn't matter. Frog 3's not taking it anyway. It looks like they are going to push for Cash Out A. Frog 3's privy to this motion though. Bertz trying to at least cut him off, but it's going to be Frog 3 that takes the pad first. Now they're set up. Bertz has a choice. They can either jump right on them, and that's what they're going to do. Sueco goes down immediately in a hail of gunfire, but it's traded out by one. Z is able to take one out, but it is going to be rezzed through. Frog 3 still sustained all the way up. They lose Kynes. Sueco goes down once more. It's going to be a very difficult battle to get any in here. Looks like Frog 3 is going to be able to stay up at least a little bit longer. Sueco coming through one more time. Battle of the reses. Sueco picks up 2. It's just Kynes. And look at that. He's able to sustain with just 8. Is it 11 HP? That's wild.
Yeah.
Honestly,
these are the fights that I love, though. No. Very close, very exciting. Just a lot happening. Lots of reses. Yeah.
Yeah, this will buy Bertz just enough time to get set back up at the Cash Out, but they have no idea that there's a member of Frog 3 waiting in the building underneath. Frog 3 won't be able to reset in time before the Cash Out gets started, but they will be right here for a quick team fight. I'm anticipating the next 15 seconds.
Yep. And this is such a hard cash out too. It's on the top of the building, and it lets people come from below you to blow it up, or just gonna jump in. There's not a lot to hide behind, so it's really direct combat, or just kind of dropping the cash into the vault.
Exactly. That is going to be the move here from Frog, is dropping it. There it is, the RPG or the C4, whichever it was. He is going to come through, and check this out. Frog 3 gets a huge opening onto Z. Huge opening onto the heavy as well. Massive damage being dealt. Both mediums are out, and Sueco is at low HP. This is going to be difficult for Frog 3, or I'm sorry, for Bertz to come back from this. Frog 3 just takes control of the situation with a single piece of utility. That is going to be a team wipe. Bertz is going to have to come through. They will have time for one more team fight here. But again, the question is, how will they be able to approach it? Because remember, they're not playing with the light like they're used to. They've got double medium now.
Looks like they're trying to use the jump pad to throw the cash box or the vault back up. Maybe not. Maybe that was just a mistake. But it definitely went flying there for a second.
They tried to bop it up to 1 or 2 floors higher. Would be better for them to hold. But at least here, they do have the ability to bake themselves into the site. But check this out. Once again, it's just going to be a drop. See if they got the C4 on it. The C4 going to come through. Cash out being dropped. Now the question is, when will Frog 3 make their drop?
That dome shield and the heavy shield really.
They fake the steal. Are able to get the heavy down to 1 HP, but look at this insane damage. Frog 3 gets a team wipe immediately, and this is going to bring us into cash out number 3. As cash out A goes to Frog 3, it is 1-1, and it all comes down to this, Rio. On the very first match of the day, we are getting an exciting map 3 cash out 3.
Absolutely. Really couldn't ask for anything better. Both teams seem really both evenly matched, so this is quite a game to watch.
Yeah, the way that these teams are fighting is just the perfect complement to each other, because the fact that, you know, with a super heavily defensive setup that Frog 3 goes for, they have so much potential. But when Frog 3 is not in that situation, they have to fight out with the super unpredictable gameplay of Bertz, and it's just this rock paper scissors format, really.
Yeah. It's all going to come down to this last cash out. You see both teams kind of setting up. They have the vault. I wonder where they'll take it. They're kind of evenly spaced from both cash out stations. They really have a long way to travel to for both of them.
J'ai balancé le point. De toute façon, il faut jouer le fight maintenant. C'est sur toi?
And here it is, Frog 3 trying to make their motions, and Bert doing what they can to get the stall out in time.
Let's look.
Gonna be some massive damage there as the pad goes through. Z, Chickpea, and Sueco, though, all sitting at around half HP. It looks like Chickpea is gonna go down. Z and Sueco now trying to hold up. Basila doing some massive damage with the RPG. Sueco is able to pick up 1, but not before we are gonna get another kill. And there's the wipe here coming through. It is Frog 3 showing that they have a little bit more sustain, a little bit more performance than last time. This is getting scary if you're Bertz, because of the fact that they came into this so confident, having watched Frog 3 last time, and now Bertz is about to get taken out in our first match of the day.
Yep. We'll just have to see. They're definitely going to get the vault started. And yeah, if they can hold it, that's really what it all comes down to.
And remember, Frog 3, they are absolutely so good when they're able to get set up. The APS turrets, the barricades. So Bertz has to cut them off before they can get set up. And they do. They find Kinds. They single them out. Z and Sueco going to be able to take a lot of space up the top there. And now Chickpea trying to find an angle on the sidelines. And there it is. The heavy going to go down to half HP. The healer is holding back behind him. We are going to lose one member. Sueco, he's waiting for the res now, and Z back up as well. Unfortunately, going to take some shots. Z ends up going down. Just Sueco just rezzed half HP. Does a lot of damage to one of the heavies. Does a lot of damage to the medium. It all comes down to this, though. Only 15 HP in a dream. Will he be able to do it? Will he be able to sustain? He misses the shot. He's going to go down. That's Basila. Going to be able to stay rock solid up at the top here. But Bertz will have time. They will have time for one more.
Yep. They really got to hop on there immediately, though, so if Frog 3 can just kind of bunker down, they probably have this.
An insane team fight for sure, but the question is where, Rio, where will Bertz find their entry?
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Here it is. They're going to be going through the closest port of entry, and now it's time for Sueco to dive in head first, supported by the healers. They need a little bit more healing this time. Starting off strong, getting one of the mediums into heavy, but that's not going to be much. He's half HP. The heavy backs up and starts supporting.
A lot of damage happening.
Oh, no, too much, but there we go. Sueco is able to pick up 1. Z gets a res. One more kill. That's going to be
gotta
one
get the
member of
cash.
Frog 3 remaining,
Yeah.
unless they are going to be getting the res coming through. But look at this. Frog 3 can't find the res. Burtz finds the steal. That's going to be a wipe for Frog 3. And at the very last moment, it's Burtz coming through with the W on map 3. Absolutely incredible performance. And Burtz able to overcome the odds at the very last second. Frog 3, they have such a strong defense, and Burtz found their way through it.
I saw him for a split second, but I couldn't
You can see
tell
early
him
on that
back.
they kind of came into the site and then ran away and were like they needed to go to a different spot to really get in there, and they found the weakness. Quite impressive.
Absolutely. It's so insane when you see these kinds of teams come through because, again, they have so many different play styles. And this is Chickpea swapping off of Light after map 1 and going into the double medium to take it away. I love to see when they swap out and you can see that a team is confident in multiple different roles, multiple different styles. I'm excited to see Team Burtz going through this bracket. That being said, before we do that, I do want to give a big thank you to our main sponsor of the event, One Shot Energy. They have tons of unique products geared towards gamers, creators, and people who want to put quality items in their mouths. My personal favorite is their soothing yuzu voice drops, which is actually helped me cast today. I got this one open right here, and it super comes in handy when I have a very long multi-hour stream. You can use the code BREAKOUT to get 10% off of your very own order of these or of any of their products. You can sort by function, sort by ingredient. I love One Shot Energy. Type !1 shot in the chat for some more information.
So out of those 3 matches, which one was your favorite?
I thought you were going to say something about One Shot because
Oh,
I
One
saw
Shot,
you
yeah,
hold up
absolutely.
yours as well.
Yeah, I actually showed it on the wrong side. Yeah, these are great. I've had a few troubles with my voice and my throat, and they're really soothing. They really help out during those long casting streams, and I know that after this today, I will be popping a few of these for sure.
Absolutely. But yeah, as we were talking about, right, that map 3 was super intense. We had lots and lots of different gameplay potential coming out from both teams. Frog 3 once again unable to make it through, but hey, we still have Qualifier 4 coming up. And not only that, I think Frog 3 has enough points already to keep in the quals no matter what. But it is not over yet for these teams. There are more matches to come through, and we have more exciting games of the finals coming to you right after this break. Fortunately, doesn't land before some of that util comes out from Frog 3, but now you see the Chickpea does enough opening damage for the team to come in. It is to deal as much damage as possible. One member of Frog 3 goes down before getting res. Come through. Basilla is going to be back in the fight here, but Kynes taking tons of damage.
Grab the little statue and just run away and get their mate back, because now they're in a really bad situation.
A strong start. And last map, they were able to run away with it. First map, they weren't. It's a choice. They can either jump right on them, and that's what they're going to do. Swaco goes out, but it is going to be res through. Frog 3 still sustained all the way up. As Swaco picks up 2, it's just Kynes. And look at that, he's able to sustain with just come through. And check this out, Frog 3 gets a huge opening on the Z.
Heavy shielded really
They
hard.
fake the steal, are able to get the heavy down to 1 HP, but look at this insane damage. Frog 3 gets it, pick up 1, but not before we are going to get another kill. And there's the wipe here coming through the sidelines. And there it is, the heavy going to go down to half HP. The healer is holding back behind Dream. Will he be able to do it? Will he be able to sustain? He misses the shot. He's going to go down. That's Basilla.
Maybe mom and dad were right when they told me this wouldn't be nothing. Maybe I should take their advice, go get a life, or maybe get a job or something. Pack it up and head back home, tell everybody I was bluffing. Or maybe I'll just get out my head and focus on what I know's coming. Yeah. Cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion and reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. 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 Maybe all my exes just drinking themselves crazy tonight. Maybe I should call and say, told you I'd be right. Wondering how long it was before you realized the biggest mistake of your life, and now you're paying the price. Oh, is it confidence or confusion? Either way, I feel like I ain't never losing. Your opinion of how you know just what I'm choosing. I gotta do this, cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion and reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying feels like.
Welcome back, everybody. We had a very exciting matchup number 1 earlier today. We're about to jump into an even more exciting match number 2. My name is Artie, joined here by Rio. And Rio, we have seen some fantastic finals action today already.
Yep. I really hope that these next teams bring it back and we see even more.
Absolutely. So we've got Divine Dead up against Team No Idea coming in. If you guys in the chat were watching last week, you would recognize No Idea as the team Mr. Derp coming in from all the way across the world. We've got some members in NA, got some members in EU. Today we do have a sub instead of Mr. Derp himself. We are going to be seeing NetX come in for the team No Idea. This is going to be pretty shocking if you are Divine Dead, because these are now an insanely stacked team of individuals.
Yep, we'll have to see what they're playing. I believe that they're doing the standard setup, light, medium, heavy for both teams, right?
I'm not sure about Divine Dead, but I do know that on for Team No Idea, we are usually keen to see Vrake on the light. Typically, what happens is Mr. Derp is going to be pushing the heavy, but now that Mr. Derp isn't here, I think that means that NetX is going to jump on the heavy. Look at our map picks and bans, and it looks like the first ban on Seoul, good idea. And looking like No Idea banning Monaco, well, they might have learned from last week a little bit.
Yeah, interesting to see Vegas picked. It's really not my favorite map because there's just so much open space, and it makes it just kind of really hard to get past anywhere without getting just mowed down. So this Horizon will be fun. Las Vegas will also be fun, and all the way to Skyway Stadium if we need to bring it there.
I think Skyway Stadium is the perfect decider map, and I think every single team should be doing this with Skyway as the decider map, because I think it is the most fair of them all. So pick one of the maps that you feel like you have an advantage of or you can take advantage of, but keep the decider as Skyway Stadium. But I'm very, very excited for Sis Horizon. It's my favorite map that has ever been released in a video game ever. And it sounds like the matches are starting, so let's go ahead and jump right into things. We will only have the POV of the Divine Dead for now, but that'll be okay. We're going to see from their perspective what it's like to deal with some of the top leaderboard legends on Team No Idea.
Yep, so we have medium, heavy. So no light in play on Divine
Interesting
Dead.
note, though, is that Harbinger is not playing healer. He's on the Dematerializer.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that Dematerializer, I said this last week, it opens up that same gameplay potential that a light does, but without glitch grenades, without having, the sort of ability to go out and in with your invisibility. But given the glitch grenade situations, this might actually be the move. The key is going to see what the deal is with No Idea's light player. Are they going to be using the glitch grenades, even though there could be a potential for issue? We're starting out now. Divine Dead, Harbinger, unfortunately missing the proc on the vault right at the beginning. Not a great start.
See the Dematerializer in play. They definitely helped him get down to the vault almost immediately.
Still haven't seen an entry just yet from Team No Idea, which means that they're set up somewhere waiting for this cross to come through. And there, as the audio comes in, my ears are alive. Watching now as Harbinger tries to figure out where No Idea is watching them from. They can feel that they're being watched. The government drones in the sky. But there it is. No Idea opens things up here with a little bit of damage on a Harbinger, which is immediately dealt right back. See those barricades coming up. The jump pads put into use. Harbinger trying to find the angles. I do love seeing the Dematerializer being used like this. And there we go. Insane bit of damage going through on the NetX. And it's not looking good for Divine Dead, though. They are able to clean it up. Harbinger able to stay alive for just a little bit longer, but there it is. That was a dream. I believe that is Rampage doing some work. Harbinger goes offline.
Oh, no.
Oh no, folks, we're gonna try to get this stream running back up for you here in just a second, but as of right now, with that stream offline, we currently have no POVs from any of the teams, so bear with us for just a moment. Let's at least talk about the first fight though, Rio. So again, you got the Dematerializer, which is that skirmisher, right? You open up your own angles. All right, Harbinger's back. We're good.
Perfect.
But
we saw it used constantly.
Oh, it's what you use constantly. You're a DMAT boy.
No, they were using it constantly. I don't use the Dematerializer. I definitely go for heal. I think it's just way more useful. But after watching this, I might have to change up my strategy.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they didn't win that fight, but they were very close to doing so. It was one res away, I think, from being able to win that 1v1. But unfortunately, though, for him, the kill ends up going in for No Idea. They end up getting one more res. Harbinger just couldn't deal with two people on half HP. So they're trying to figure out their angle of entry right now. And it looks like some insane opening damage will come through, but Harbinger's team is going to be the ones to lose one first as Ayaya goes down. Vrake and NetX just dealing some insane damage. NetX does get taken out, but it's a 1v3 situation. Only so much that you can do. And as Vrake comes through and finishes off Midnight Werewolf, another team fight going the way of No Idea. And NetX, Vrake, and Rampage, they're just such good players. These people grind this game every single day. I know that Divine Dead, though, they do too. Harbinger, Midnight Werewolf, and Ayaya, they are very well known in the European scene.
Yeah, Divine Dead just hasn't had any luck just pushing on to the point yet or into the enemy team. They No Idea just really has a good setup and a good defense. So it's quite interesting to see if they'll be able to break that in this match or in the next one.
Look at that, trying to find his opening, and then, oh, that was almost such a good play because he sent one of the members of No Idea down into the other floor without going down himself. That was almost like the perfect Looney Tunes-esque play, but unfortunately, there were still two members of No Idea on that floor putting bullets into the back of his head. Only so much that you could do there.
Yeah, and I think that when he did the Materializer, he ran into a beam, so he was trying to hop down there as well to get the guy that fell through, and just kind of got stuck on the beam. but I don't think that they'll have time to get the cash, and they didn't, and they're running to Vault 2.
As it goes, unfortunately. Once we're jumping in, though, to this next vault, the big question is, will we be able to see Divine Dead get a little bit of control? Because right now, Divine Dead has not won a single one of their team fights, but it has been close.
Yes, absolutely. Gone down to 1v1s and everything, and just they can't seem to get the foothold that they need. This looks promising. They've got 2 teammates down. And they're going for the last one. They're kind of guarding the teammates so that they're going to have to push in. And we see that they have the Vault cash box and just running away with it. Probably going to get started on Vault on cash out C.
And there it is. Cash out is going to be started here, and it is going to be in the favor of Divine Dead. Now, we're going to be seeing how No Idea starts us off. Vrake opens up with a glitch grenade, but it's not going to connect where it needs to. That means Harbinger can just throw an APS right down. We see that No Idea is currently trying to find their perfect entry. Glitch grenade arced perfectly over that. Look at that, detonating just over the top. Absolutely insane. But the thing is that they're going to use that to buy a little bit of time as they push in underneath. Now, No Idea trying to make that space here, not get spotted out by Divine Dead. Question is, though, when? Because time is ticking down, Rio, and as we can see, No Idea has no idea how to make this entry work. Divine Dead, they're anchored up to the top here. This is kind of the same thing that we saw in the last game between the other teams. Divine Dead is playing very similar to how Frog 3 was playing, but No Idea, they're able to find an entry. Look at that, NetX comes right through, but Ayaya does pick up the light through Vrake, and that is going to be 2 kills on both teams. Drops down to a 1v1 situation, but Ayaya does get the res. Question now is it a 2v2 forever?
Yeah, they just can't seem to get in. Dang.
But Vrake still alive, going to be able to finish off Ayaya. It was just going to be the question of who's going to push, who's going to try to res their third teammate. And Divine Dead, they tried to go for the res. That is exactly what No Idea wanted. Vrake was set up in the perfect spot to skirmish the moment that they needed to. And that is going to be the first map going to No Idea, I think. I do not think that there is a world where Divine Dead can make this, but
we might see one more fight,
is
but
time.
This is it. Yeah. Oh, they're bringing it down. Do they have time?
There technically is time. The seal didn't come through, though, and that's going to be No Idea. Wow, that was so close, though.
Yeah. If
oh
they would
my
have gotten over
gosh.
it just a few more seconds earlier, they definitely would have taken it. That dematerializer really came in handy, but they just could not hold it.
Absolutely, and it's really Ayaya holding Team Divine Dead in place. I mean, that being said, you know, the heavy on Divine Dead did tons and tons of damage, but they weren't able to follow up on it, except for at the very end there, when they finally had a foothold, they finally had a strong point where Team No Idea just wasn't able to get in as fast as they would like to, but at the end of the day, they did get in, and it's all about managing your expectations and managing your resources. Your teammates' lives are resources at the end of the day. And when it came down to that final 2v2, it's the question of, all right, do we push the team while it's an even fight, or do we try to res our teammate? And Divine Dead tried to go for the res, and that is exactly when No Idea strikes. Vrake already had their heads in the crosshairs, and even though they did lose one player, all that matters is that there's one person left standing at the end of the fight. That's how No Idea came out with that final cash out. So incredible place to start off, and that was Divine Dead's pick on Sis Horizon. We go into the next map. We're on No Idea's home ground.
Yeah, we'll have to see a lot of changes in strategy from Divine Dead because they just couldn't pull it out. They were constantly getting into fights, but just not really securing the kills that they needed. It'll be interesting to see what they change or if they're able to change in this next match.
Absolutely. And we will get to that next map right after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're about to jump into match numero dos here on map numero dos. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen because we saw Divine Dead put up a fight. They were 95% of the way there. It's that last 5%, Rio. The last 5% is all that counts.
Yep. And what's this next map that they're playing on?
Well, if we could pull up the map picks and bans here really quickly, we can see sort of the story and the thought process here. So Soul was banned by Divine Dead, Monaco was banned by No Idea, and Divine Dead, they picked Sis Horizon. They did not pick up the win on Sis Horizon. Now it's No Idea coming in with one map to their name, coming into the map that they wanted to play. Remember, Las Vegas, this is a perfect map to play light, and if I do say so myself, this is Vrake's playing ground.
Yeah, it's really a cool map too. There's a lot of just movement and a lot of like strategy that you can employ once you get the cash out started. It'll be really interesting to see how they're able to use a dematerializer instead of healing and see if they change that. I'm curious if they bring that back or if there's any change to their strategy in this next game.
Yeah, and you know, I really think that Divine Dead is they're sort of suffering from the idea that they can't play double heavy. A lot of teams, they are in you know, they're so used to playing double heavy because in ranked, that's what you do. That is the meta. That's the #1 way to win, is to just play the class that deals more damage and has more health. And so when you're in a tournament format that bans that double heavy play style, you're forced into a slightly different way of thinking. And so that's what it is with Divine Dead. They're evenly matched up against Team No Idea, but they just can't execute on it the same way that they would in ranked, in the same way they've probably been practicing for weeks.
Yeah, but it's good. We really see the diversity in the skill because you take away that heavy, and it forces them to do something completely different and show that they can, pivot when they need to.
Exactly, and you know, again, it kind of goes into that Frog 3 play style, the EU meta of just hunkering down in one spot. We are actually seeing this with Divine Dead switching off of the DMAT into the double heals, and I would actually say I don't think that this is a good idea. I think that Divine Dead, their issue was not that they couldn't sustain their heavy. Their issue was timing. And that timing was being made up for by the dematerializer. Now they don't have that. So they will have to rely on just keeping the heavy alive. But remember, if you're healing, that's one less player that's doing damage.
Absolutely. And really, the last match, there were a lot of good plays with the dematerializer that I don't think we're going to see now. Just getting that openings that they needed. So double healing might be the advantage, but yeah, I'm not so sure, just like you.
The idea as well is that, you know, they also are lacking now a skirmisher, whereas No Idea, they still have Rake on the light, and that is still going to be some skirmish potential. Skirmish potential that is being deleted immediately in a good showing from Divine Dead as things open up pretty strongly for them. A full team wipe without losing a single member. Divine Dead already making us put our words in our mouth here as they get the first team fight secured. Picking up those mines, and they're going to go ahead and take Vault 1 all the way over to Cash Out A, and they should be able to get there in time before No Idea is respawned.
Yeah, and the good thing, too, is if they get the vault started right after they respawn, the enemy team will respawn further away, and so it just gives them more time to let that clock run down and let them get set up wherever they need to be.
But set up is not what's going to happen here, as No Idea is already super quick. And look at that. They're going to be starting the steal off immediately. But no, instead of going for the steal, they need to secure their position first. Divine Dead is going to push them. And No Idea, they definitely are privy to this ideology. No Idea now trying to bake themselves into the left side there, as you can see just underneath Harbinger now. Question is, where will the jump pad come from? And there it is. Damage output is insane. So insane that the stream can't even handle it. No audio was one thing, but now also no video. The team push was so intense from Team NetX that they just simply, like, the stream just couldn't handle it. That's actually insane. So looks like Harbinger crashed, and we had a little bit of a disconnect. We are going to restart, however, given the fact that nobody had actually put anything in. I think that when we're in this situation, that we should be able to get them into parlay a little bit, start the cash out the way it was. But if it is a full restart, that could at least give Team No Idea a little bit of a better idea of what to expect for that first team fight.
Yeah, really interesting to see the restart. I mean, this is the downside to the private matches. They're not always perfect, but at least we have some workarounds and some ways to deal with it if it does happen.
Exactly. But, it is one of those things with, PCs and, unfortunately, sometimes PCs do crash, especially when you're streaming. Games such as the finals, which is so CPU heavy, a lot of people aren't used to playing CPU heavy titles. And when you're streaming, yeah, sure, it is usually you're on your GPU where that encoding is happening so that your, all of the stuff from the actual encoding portion of the stream is handled on your graphics card. But as soon as you add things like alerts, as soon as you add things like camera preview or anything like that, it does put some strain on your CPU. Discord as well, very CPU heavy. So once you have all these things that are running, when a team like No Idea pushes you, that just could be too much for your CPU to handle.
Yep. And honestly, the really impressive part about the finals is that so much is done on the server side. It's supposed to be like the real technical achievement from the server that they're able to handle and run everything so non-locally on your PC. It's how they are able to do the damage and the explosions and really what makes the finals unique.
Exactly. Like the fact that if you blow up a wall and some of that rubble goes on one side or the other, that is synced across all players. A very small thing that comes in really handy for me, especially when I'm throwing barrels from the top of the Monaco church and just trying to stack up as many fire barrels as I can to throw on people when you have that giant barren wasteland. So much fun. I love doing that. So we are still working on getting the matches up and running, but get a link over to their website. Use code BREAKOUT for 10% off. It is a pretty good value in gaming, if I do say so myself. And as we're about to jump back in, the lobby is resetting right now. So we're going to take a short break. Come to you right after this. Right now.
Sometimes this life can get rough. You get knocked down, but you gotta get up. Keep going. I'd have been knocked down 1,000 times, yeah, I traveled around 1,000 miles, feeling so tired, but you know I can't stop now. Came way too far, won't throw in the towel. It ain't looking real good, but I won't give up. Pac said that I gotta keep my head up, so I ain't going nowhere. Yeah, I'm standing right here. Demons all around, but I ain't got no fear. You can kick me around, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We going the rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. In the fire now, but I won't be burned. I was waiting for this, and now it's my turn. Sweat on my face, blood in my eyes. Been underground, now I aim for the sky. Don't quit now, you can last longer. All these wounds only making you stronger. Don't give up now, yeah, you gotta climb. But we give it to all until the end, until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. Until the end of time. Until the end of time. Yeah. Been through a whole lot, but we overcome. Enemies in our face, but we ain't gon' run. Never drift off course, always stay on mission. Won't slow us down, cause we way too driven. Yeah, we put in these 10,000 hours. You won't stop us, cause we got the power. Whole world is watching, and I hope they ready. From here on out, we are legendary. You can kick me around, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We going in rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Turn the lights up now, welcome to the show. I ain't never gonna stop, this is all I know. My eyes on the prize, until I die. I'm gonna rise, level up to the skies. Yeah, we here now, we were chosen. All the pain brought us to this moment. Watch
Alrighty, folks, we're jumping right into it. We are getting right back into the action. I think that we will get this this view fixed just a little bit here, but from the looks of it, we are resetting directly from the beginning. So no, we're not giving anybody a quick in just yet. It is just going to be a full reset for this match to make up for the a little bit of a crash we had from Harbinger.
That's good. It gives both teams a chance to restart, but it does look like we have the first cash out starting from No Idea. Now we see Divine Dead sitting set up really high up. They're going to use that red barrel to break through the roof and to get a cash out. I believe it says B.
Yep, here we are on cash out B, and this is going to be a pretty difficult one to get into. And this time it's No Idea that has it started off and has a quick upper hand. We are going to be seeing as No Idea takes out Ayaya and Harbinger. Just one singular heavy on the side of Divine Dead that's still alive. Midnight Werewolf, as shield is only going to keep you alive for a little bit longer. Might be better at that point to just drop the shield and let your team respawn a little bit faster. And this is actually one of those cases where that might have made a big impact, because those 5 extra seconds, well, in that time you could steal a cash out. The question is going to be here if Divine Dead can come into this team fight fast enough to be able to run away with it.
Yep, we see them respawn, and they actually didn't spawn too far away, so they are going to have a nice chance to get up there and get on to the point. But will they be able to break through the defenses? We're just going to have to find out and see.
Yeah, will they be able to break out of the shackles that they're in, you could say. But the question is, will Ayaya and Harbinger be able to find a good opening, or will they just get picked off? They don't have anyone dedicated on the heals at the moment yet. They both are running healer, but nobody is ready to support Midnight Werewolf at the moment. We see No Idea. They almost get caught out here, but look at that, the gateway. What a play. They bait Divine Dead into thinking that No Idea is holding off to the side here, but then suddenly a gateway is opened up, and they're now defending from the other side. There's no time for Divine Dead to get the steal, so that's No Idea's cash out. What an insane big brain play.
Absolutely. And yeah, they were able to get... Oh, we've lost stream. There we go.
And we're back, and it looks a little bit brighter. Oh. I had to open my mouth, didn't I?
Yep. That's okay. Wow, that mine did not explode the floor. That's shocking.
It's one of those things that, you know, every patch some things break. Sometimes
Just
it's a
final
glitch
things.
grenade. Sometimes it's you know, the fact that a mine just isn't dealing explosive value damage. But it is what it is.
I'm glad that they patched the where you can destroy mines in spectator mode.
Oh, I forgot about that. Also, the riot shield being invincible to mines. Love seeing stuff like that just get through an entire season without being noticed. Now, we're going to be starting off with Divine Dead being in control of the vault, and this is pretty good. But look at that glitch grenade from the heavens. No idea. Starting off strong on this fight here. Ayaya going down to half HP. Harbinger need to get healed up. Midnight Werewolf not with his healers.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to coin back in. I don't think they're going to go back for him. And it looks like No Idea now has the vault.
There it is. Yeah, No Idea now taking control of the vault. Just single glitch grenade, putting an absolute wrench in their plans because the way that Harbinger IIL were working, they were going to jump pad up at the top, but when you're glitched, you can't throw a jump pad, which means you're just going to be stuck out in the middle of the street with No Idea having 3 crosshairs trained on you. Now as they get the cash out started, it comes down to this, because if No Idea wins this cash out, that's going to be 2-0. Divine Dead need to win this one if they want to stay in the running, and like we said before, they're 95% of the way there, but we just need that 5% to keep them in the running. Harbinger trying to find his entry here. Will he pad in or will he slide down? Midnight Werewolf going to be trying to aggress with the team here. He finally catches up. Now we'll see him go in first with the healers behind him, but not before the chip damage.
Yep, they're trying to poke holes in the roof just to find the enemy team and get any damage that they can do before they hop in there. They do have plenty of time to hop in there and get on the point, and we see one of them falls through the roof. Hops
Ooh,
back
an
up.
over-aggressive defense by NetX is going to cost them his life. Vrake is going to be able to come back through with one, but Harbinger picks up another kill with the mine. Ayaya takes out Rage. Now it's just going to be a 3-on-1 situation. NetX, the only solo heavy up, but he does get killed here, gets wiped.
Nice.
That's going to be a cash out stolen here in the kitchen by Divine Dead. Question is going to be, does No Idea have time now?
I don't think that they do. It's going to be, they still have a few seconds before they respawn. It'll take them at least 5 to 10 seconds to get over there, and they're really just going to have to dive on it if they do anything. And it looks like Divine Dead setting up a good defense and a nice perimeter just to make sure that that doesn't happen. So hopefully this stays with them. And here we see them pushing on now, and are they able to get the first kill? They got Vrak down.
And there's NetX going down as well. That means Divine Dead should have a good lock on this. Wow, Harbinger really locking in for that last one. 8 kills now on the leaderboard for him. That is going to bring us into cash out 3. Now remember, this was No Idea's team pick, and No Idea had no idea how to approach that situation there. If they didn't just send NetX straight up for that first team fight, they might have had a good entry, because Divine Dead, they were struggling to find their opening. Then their opening just suddenly came into them in the form of a flying heavy man.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we're only seeing kind of the heavy shield. Nobody's using the charge and slam from the heavy, and obviously nobody uses the goo gun, at least not yet. But we are seeing No Idea kind of get pushed.
Oh yeah, Harbinger down to 2 HP. It's a good split here, but remember, this is just a vault fight here. Ayaya is going to be able to pick up the first by taking out That Was a Dream, but he gets traded out as well. Midnight Werewolf down to just 1 HP, goes down, and Harbinger unable to sustain after this. He will be down to 16 HP. The mines on his trail make it hard for No Idea to follow him in, but they don't need to follow him. They just need to take that cash and leave. I know if I had a box with $10,000 and nobody looking, I would be on the other side of town by now.
Absolutely. He is able to re-heal or get himself back up to normal health, and I believe that the other teammate either rezzed or used his coin, and now we see that Divine Dead is all back and they're starting to go back into formation and push together. Ooh, they get the rack down. The second kill. Yeah, this is some really good play that we just didn't see in the first game.
Yeah, this is what it looks like when your team finally is able to lock in. Divine Dead now actually knows how they need to act to stay competitive here. No idea, though. They still have one player left standing, and remember, we are on a modified version of Quick Cash, so those coins and team respawns come through a little bit faster. So even though the team is wiped here, only going to be 10 seconds before they're back in the fight. More than enough time for one team fight. And now is going to be the decider for this map here for Las Vegas. We see Divine Dead trying to just maintain height here, but they're split up. Again, not necessarily pitting the heavy alongside a healer. This is a weakness that No Idea could find if they're able to get the opening in just the right time. We see now that they've all gathered back up to the top here, and now they are embedding the heavy with the double healers. So No Idea, they need to find a way to split them up. And by dropping the cash out, removing that height as a potential hazard for them might just do it. Cash out is dropped a little bit, but it's a little bit too clear and open still for the steal to come through easily. Steal is going to happen, but as gas and mines get placed on it, No Idea is forced to back off of it. They find an opening there, and they are going to be able to take out one, but no, it is Divine Dead that comes out on top. And No Idea, with just one player left standing, gonna go down, and that is going to be map 2 going for Divine Dead.
That was great, honestly, unexpected. In the very beginning, it seemed like No Idea had just the amount of just holding it. They were able to really kind of get in there and just stop Divine Dead, but Divine Dead, to their, they were able to pull it back. So good for them.
Yeah, and I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see, right, from Divine Dead, is to figure out how No Idea is playing and pick up the perfect counter to it. At first, I was very worried that since they weren't playing with that dematerializer, that they would end up losing the angles, because, to be honest, they're not sitting on that heal very often for the heavy anyways. But looks like they didn't need it. All they needed to do was figure out their communication, figure out their angles, and get in the right spots at the right time. And what's interesting to see about this is that map picks just do not matter, because No Idea, they won on the map that was not theirs. They just lost on the map that was. The things are heating up quickly here.
Yeah, and this is kind of the advantage of us not having a ton of maps, is that you are still able to play them all and kind of get good on nearly all of them. So maps and bans, I'm not sure is going to be the deciding factor, as we just saw. So final match will be interesting to see.
Exactly, especially on Skyway Stadium, where things get interesting for every team. Once we can see also Vrake truly activate on that map with his light, we're going to be ready in just a bit after this break.
Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my seat. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my seat. Day we hustle, but the night we know that they ride or die. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my seat. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my seat. Day we hustle, but the night we boys by my seat. Know that they ride or die. My name came up a lot of sounds, more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot of sounds, more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot of sounds, more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot of sounds, more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. I'm a OG boy. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my seat. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my seat. OG boy. Day we hustle, but the night we OG boy. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my seat. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my seat. Know that the ride or die. Know that the ride or die. I keep boys by my seat. Know that the ride or die. I keep boys by my seat. We hustle, what the night. Boys by my seat.
Perfect.
All right, everybody, we're jumping right back into the action at Skyway Stadium, and not only that, it is my favorite format of Skyway Stadium, up, down, left, right. That means we're going to be seeing moving platforms, jump pads, and absolute hectic craziness on this map as we see No Idea and Divine Dead battle it out for their right to fight.
Yeah, this one is a really great variation because it does force just different gameplay than you see in just the standard map. And it looks like Divine Dead has the first vault opening. They're setting up on top of the roof, getting the chip damage on the enemy team. But again, just kind of hunkering down. We have a pocket healer going on now. And they're all standing up behind the barricade.
This is how Divine Dead has changed up their format. After they swapped off the Dematerializer and they had a little bit of a difficult time at the beginning fighting up with No Idea, they've finally learned exactly what they need to do, and that is full support for your heavy. And that's going to allow them to have just enough time to win a little bit of that first head battle, head-on-head, take Vault 1 all the way over to Cash Out B on Moving Platform. Are they actually going to commit to the Moving Platform of the Breakout Esports Series? I'm so excited. Masters Series, very first Moving Platform fight. Let's go.
I think that these are the hardest to get on. After you have it set up on the moving platform, you just kind of have the advantage, in my opinion. It's just so hard to constantly stay on top of it, especially if you're trying to push into it. So this is really exciting, in my opinion.
So there is actually a little bit of debate in the community about the best way to hold the moving platform. You have three options. One is to play off of it, like we see here with Divine Dead, trying to just maintain control of the rooftops that directly connect to it. NetX is going to go down. So this is the form that's working the best for Divine Dead. Some teams, however, like to do their best to knock the cash out off of the moving platform. You see this most commonly on Seoul, but it does happen on Skyway Stadium as well. You just use a couple goo grenades, but nobody's bringing goo grenades. That's not really going to be an option here today. That being said, the third and final option is going to be to hold the cash out itself. This is more prominent with double heavy teams when you have a healer and gas, but since gas mines have been taken off the medium, we have been seeing this being played less and less. So now we're going to be seeing this team fight being held off of the side of the moving platform, and No Idea is looking for their way in. They almost found it. Midnight Werewolf and Harbinger both going down to half HP, but it's still NetX that falls first every single time. And now Vrake still not even able to find an in. We see Dreams not even able to find a way in, and Divine Dead just holds this out the entire time. No Idea only has time for one more push.
Yeah, and Harbinger is just a lethal shot with that AK. You can really see him hone in and just kind of chip away the damage and nearly get every kill every time. Quite impressive to see.
Yeah, this is such a different team that was happening before. Look at this aim from Harbinger. It's like Harbinger doesn't even miss.
Yeah, and it's hard. I'm surprised we're not seeing the F-car. I know that there are some recent nerfs on the F-car to make the AK kind of more viable, but it's, always great to see somebody that can just chip away and use all 30 bullets and just get 36 bullets and just kind of get them all on target. Because if they can, it is just lethal. We see them immediately darting to Vault 2. I believe that they're going to get there first before No Idea can. They'll get the open, and I bet you that they set up for a defensive perimeter and see if they can just hold and take this out. Another advantage of the up, down, left, right structure is the suspended structures, which is really nice. It provides an extra layer of places to fight instead of the standard just rooftops. So it is cool to see them kind of get in a pocket on top of this little structure here.
Absolutely. The floating platforms here will make it a little bit difficult because the amount of cover that you cannot destroy is quite high compared to most other platforms that you'll see, especially compared to the hallways where just one well-placed RPG shot. But here, even if your RPG destroys the wall, there's still so much to hide behind. And the glitch grenade going to make it hard to sustain the team, but as it wears off, Midnight Werewolf will come back up to full HP. And check this out, the pad is going to work out for No Idea. They find an entry by taking out Ayaya, but he's immediately rezzed. Midnight Werewolf is going to take a little bit more damage here, but look at that, as Ayaya gets rezzed and fully back up, the heals will immediately start to come through for the team, and it's just a battle of sustain versus sustain. Who is going to be able to out-heal the damage coming towards them? It's a battle of mitigation right now. Midnight Werewolf going down to 1 HP for the 3rd time, still able to stay up. Ayaya, though, might not stay up after this. 1 HP still somehow escapes here. Harbinger does not. Ayaya goes down, and this is going to be the end of Divine Dead, as No Idea win their first team fight here on Skyway Stadium. This is going to give them an easy opening to take Vault 2 to wherever their heart desires.
Yeah, that was a great fight. You could really see the double healing coming in handy, and they were able to just kind of switch back and forth between shooting and healing, and really played that well. Unfortunately, they couldn't get it done, but I believe that this next fight we're going to see much of the same, and hopefully they're able to take it. Now, will they cash out on the moving structure? No, it looks like they've taken it to, I believe that's a C. I can't really tell. And we see Divine Dead starting to jump over.
This cash out is on the top of the moving platform above the office building, and so this is going to be very, very difficult. Now, Harbinger, he does really rely on his mines to create space and take openings. But the thing is that there's nowhere to place the mines that you can tell where someone is going to cross through unless you can make it all the way up into that floating barrier to begin with. The thing is, though, once he makes it up there, going to be getting shot at, so it might be better to have the gun out. So this is going to take away a little bit of key utility for this team, but as Divine Dead start to make this push, they are unaware that No Idea is just holding on to the other side. Harbinger goes down. Midnight Werewolf as well going to go down. They are going to be able to get 1 res here, and the re-res, so much sustain. That was a dream, goes out, and it looks like No Idea is unable to get the revive. So we are going to be seeing a 1-man disadvantage here for Team No Idea as Divine Dead tries to make their way in. The steal is going to start. Will it come through? It does. Now No Idea needs to find their way in because this is it. If No Idea cannot reclaim this, that's going to be a win for Divine Dead, and No Idea is going to have to come back in the next one. See now, Harbinger, look at that damage. Insane damage output. This man does not miss even while he's going all the way across. Look at that tracking.
Stop the steal.
The steal does end up being stopped. No Idea gets wiped, and that's going to be the game here. Divine Dead 2 to No Idea 1, and that is going to be a 2-0 win on this last map here as well. Divine Dead come through in the lower bracket. Such a hype final matchup here. Divine Dead looking so just like struggling and weak in the first map, and then coming through to do this on map 3. Yep. It's like they didn't even warm up. This was their warm up,
Absolutely.
Rio.
Yeah, well, and I really think it comes down to Harbinger because he was just knocking him out with that AK. Every time we were watching him just shoot, it was just like a laser beam, and it really made the enemy team just struggle. So I think that was just some great play, and then they had the double healing coming in, and really just able to pocket it and switch back and forth, and really overall great gameplay.
Absolutely, and this is a little bit unfortunate for Team No Idea. As we said before, Mr. Derp did have to swap off. He's unable to get on today, so that's why we had NetX. But now it's going to be a little bit of an argument in those Discord DMs between Derp and NetX, because now Derp has to still come back on next time for qualifier number 4 if he wants a chance in. But anyway, we do have some more matches coming up. We're going to get that bracket set up for you, and we will be back with some more intense finals gameplay right after this break. Love seeing the dematerializer being used like this. And here we go. Insane bit of damage going through on the NetX. And it's not looking good. Harbinger's team is going to be the ones to lose one versus Ayaya goes down play because he sent one of the members of No Idea down into the other floor without. But No Idea, they're able to find an entry. Look at that. NetX comes right through, but oh, close though.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Just a few more seconds earlier there.
That is being deleted immediately in a good showing from Divine Dead as things open up pretty strongly for them. A full team wipe without losing a single member. Divine Dead.
They got Vrak down.
And there's NetX going down as well. That means Divine Dead should have a good. Is forced to back off of it. They find an opening there, and they are going to be able to take out one, but no, it is Divine Dead that comes out on top. And No Idea was just for the third time, still able to stay up. Ayaya, though, might not stay up after this 1 HP still. So this is going to take away a little bit of key utility for this team. But as Divine Dead start to make this push, they are unaware that No Idea is just holding on to the other side. Harbinger goes down. And that Werewolf as well going to go down. Same damage output. This man does not miss even while he's going all the way across. Look at that tracking.
Stop the steal.
The steal does end up being Welcome back, everybody, to the Breakout Esports Finals Masters Series. My name is Artie, joined here by Rio. And Rio, we've seen some good stuff.
Really have. It was quite exciting the last round. Divine Dead came back and they just gave us everything that they had. And they eventually took away the win. So that was exciting to see. Great gameplay. It'll be interesting to see what the next match holds for us.
Exactly. And if you already weren't having enough fun watching our first two matches of the lower bracket finals, well, we're about to jump in to the semifinals of the upper bracket. That's right. We've got Team Scallywags and Team LRC, and this is the match I've been saving my latte for.
It looks amazing.
Thank you. And as we are about to get started into this next one, we're going to see some insane strategy coming through, because remember, these are teams that have not lost.
So it looks for the maps. They have banned Seoul, they have banned Las Vegas, and they're going to start on Monaco. And Scallywags have picked Skyway Stadium, and the decider match will be on Cis Horizon. I believe this is the first time we're seeing Monaco today, so this will be really interesting to see. And Skyway Stadium is always a favorite, and Cis Horizon will be a great one to finish it off on if we get there.
You're right. This is the first time we're seeing Monaco today. So I'm super excited. I always love seeing Monaco. And actually, once we see this, that means that we will have seen every single map today already, which is nice because it's only been three matchups so far. So pretty good showing. And, you know, LRC picking Monaco means that they probably have something cooked up. That being said, I am always excited to see Elvin playing on Skyway Stadium. Their team has some fun shenanigans that they like to pull. But the thing about Monaco, right, is that we don't know which version of Monaco it could be. There's plenty of different options here, including with and without the church.
Yeah, sometimes church is just leveled, and I personally like it inside the church. There's not a lot of entryways. You kind of have to go in through the front or the back, but it's always exciting when it's just flattened, and especially if there is a cash out station on the flattened part of the map. So it'll be exciting to see what we get.
Yeah, well, if there is the church, you know, I do love going in the back as much as the church would disallow me to have that opinion. However, as we get ready to start into this one, the real question is going to be, what are the team comps that they're picking between LRC and Scallywags? What kind of format are we going to see? Are we going to be seeing the double medium? Are we going to be seeing the light, medium, heavy? And if we do see the double medium, is it going to be DMAT or is it going to be double heals? I know that for Scallywags, we're very likely to see the double heals come through.
Yeah, I think that the smart choice is always the double heals, but any variation that we're able to see is great. I personally love to see when we get lights in the play, just because it adds just that more, you know, kind of chaos and more kind of skill, in my opinion, to the match. So I am excited to see what they pick.
Absolutely, and jumping in here it is, and I do see a double medium and a heavy and an HML. So this is really going to be a battle of the kits, a battle of, you know, how do you find your skirmishing? How do you find your fights? So,
well, let's jump in and see.
Nason 808. F-car in hand, 25 bullets in the chamber. Let's see what happens.
Absolutely, Scotty. Time for our contestants to prove their mettle.
Faut faire genre que je viens de finir après cette game. Ils sont sur le toit du truc. Vas-y, je vais déverrouiller avec bourré, au pire, on s'en va.
I do love that crane. It really gives you a nice.
Like a crane, like a crane.
Spot to be. It's also hard to get
2 bars.
chipped away from it if you're stuck up there. So.
Absolutely, we're seeing already as Scallywags find a good upper angle, and they're able to find one player to take out immediately. The pad in will come through, and Kelcam tries to find a side entrance on the sidelines, while Gremlin just head first into the enemies. Now, one thing to pay attention to here is the fact that Elvin is not just charging in with his heavy, but he's always making sure he has a sideline to get in to heal the heavy when he needs to.
Nice, nice.
Jumps out the window, kind of surfs on a red barrel there for a second, but look at the cohesion that Team Scallywags has.
Yeah, true pocket healer, and I think that
Je l'ai killé, la
is what
Volto.
comes in
Let's
handy.
go,
Kind
let's
of
go,
get a
ouais.
little bit of distance and make sure that you're not getting picked off while you can heal your team. Just really everything that you need to have a good team that's always healed.
Exactly. It's all about managing when you're doing damage output and when you're doing damage mitigation. Once we find out exactly how LRC plans on dealing with this, though, we should have a better understanding of what's it needed to be adjusted if they want a chance to deal with Scallywags. Scallywags, I do not believe, have dropped a single point throughout this entire qual yesterday.
I think they're coming northwest. Don't even try
Well,
to like
what's
make
interesting too
too
is it looks
noise.
like Elvin is actually using a controller. I don't know if we've seen anybody else use a controller before this, but if it works for him, that's great.
Ouais, attends, je passe maintenant. Ok. Là, je fais d'abord le premier trou, moi.
Vas-y.
Je fais de la zip, j'arrive. Ça va pas marcher.
Vas-y, je le fais.
Window doesn't have very many angles.
You see LRC hopping in. They're kind of
Not to
staying
move too
away from
much
the
here,
cash out. They've got a lot of distance
so I
behind
add
it.
on.
Third floor right now.
Oh yeah, Scallywags still have not had anyone push their own building here, but look at that. They can see the motion in the windows, and as LRC tries to get the steal, Scallywags will drop it down a level. This will be a little bit difficult for LRC to deal with because they can't just steal it for free. They're gonna have to go push this fight. They see that they get Elvin super low, so Elvin's gonna drop down. They try to push that, but he's already healed up by the time they cross the street. LRC now struggling to find an in. Scallywags poking their head out of every single building. This is getting intense.
One
shot on me.
They able to trade the kill, and they do. So now it's 2v2.
Stay alive, stay alive. You're getting chased. I'm going for the defib.
Yeah, I'm getting hard aped, but I'm fine.
And they're able to bring
Oh,
it back.
I got stuck. Reloading. On me.
This first cash out is theirs unless they all
Just
go
play
down.
time.
Yeah, can we play time, Roman?
Yeah, this should
Yeah,
just be
yeah.
a quick cash out here for the Scallywags. LRC have not tried to find their entry yet, and look at that, no chance to get the steal through because Scallywag still has one up playing for time. Nason tries to find his way in time, but unfortunately it's just not going to happen, and I believe that is going to be Scallywags taking the first cash out.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a great push. Unfortunately, they weren't able to secure it, and Scallywags takes it. And they finally get the team wipe at the end. So we'll see Vault 2 open inside the church, which is not destroyed. And we'll see where they take it.
I'm gonna gate through this. Where do you want to go? C or B?
It's the mighty team respawn.
A new event is looming, and our contestants might find
Sur le top là.
On va rester là, de toute façon.
Taking some really long engagement fights here. I know that they're trying to get chip damage away on them, but still interesting that they're just fighting from across the map.
Yeah, when it comes to Monaco, it is always going to be those, the chip damage fights. But again, when you have the double healers, it's very rare that you actually find an opportunity from that. But here we go. That is an opportunity as the heavy on the side of Scallywags gets shredded. He is going to be able to stay alive here. Unfortunately, LRC doesn't get the finish, but now it does come through. Gremlin goes down. And now we are watching as LRC manages to put themselves in a good position to get the steal off. Scallywags unable to find their way through.
I mean, they're really stealing, so this guy's by himself heavy on the roof.
No, there's two.
So now they just have to bunker down and see if they can hold it.
Wait for a push here, so yeah, just play your life. Wait for Elvin's coin if you can.
Yeah, you can hear in the comms, they're waiting for the coins, they're waiting for the team to be back up, but at the same time, this does also give LRC the ability to get back up. Now, the question is, how will Scallywags go for this? Will they utilize Kelcam as the light to try and find a side angle, pull crosshairs away from the main aggressors, or are they going to just go for insane damage output, hit every single shot while you're jump padding across the way? It's going to be FCAR versus FCAR here, Elvin versus Nason, as they both try to deal a little bit of damage to one another across the side. Look at that, they're both playing identically with their heavies, but it's LRC that takes the most damage, and Scallywags will find this opportunity to go and get a finish. Medium 1v1 is going to go the way of Elvin here, and that means the Scallywags has found their opening. This is going to be a perfect opportunity to get the cash out stolen here. While LRC, they try to go for the res, they try to go for the sustain. It's not going to come through, though. Gremlin will unfortunately get taken out. And this is now just down to a 2v2 on both sides, but LRC doesn't have control. They do have all 3 members up now, and an opportunity to steal with the barricade coming through as well, but no.
Interrupted.
Look at that. The interruption, is it enough?
Nope, wow.
Wow, it wasn't enough. And that means Scallywags won that with a single stun gun.
Yeah, they came in at the exact right moment. Boy, that really saved the map for them.
That was such an interesting play at the very end there. They almost won the team fight, but at the end of the day, it was, hey, we know that they just have too much sustain with 2 sets of defibs. Kelcam, dip into the back and find your entry for the stun. And he did. The stun gun got so much value there. I was so concerned that the stun gun was going to miss and hit the medium, but it hit the heavy, and it did exactly what it needed to do.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that he got in because there was a barricade, there was a heavy, and really just I think somebody was being healed as well. So he got in at the perfect angle and was able to get it. So amazing play, really what we want to see today.
Exactly. You know, every time I'm playing those like stealth games where you have to like sneak past the armed guards, it's like if these were players, like I could never beat this mission. But then here comes Kelcam and actually doing this with the stealth. He sneaks past the armed guards to get to the heavy, and he gets the stun through. Absolutely insane. This man's is playing Splinter Cell while we're all playing the finals, and we'll get some more insane Splinter Cell action for you after this break. Alrighty, everybody, we are back, and we're already about to jump right into Skyway Stadium. Once again, we've got Kelcam on the light, we've got LRC on the double medium. Rio, things are heating up down here.
Absolutely. I'm interested to see if the Scallywags pull this one out again, because they pulled it off in a 2-0 this last match, and if they're able to do that again, it really shows kind of their dominating strength.
We can tap and wrap around them with your teleport. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm gatewaiting point. We might just be able to go A here, like wrap all the way right side. You know?
We see LRC opening the first vault and setting up. Looks like Kelcam's pretty far away. I'm interested to see what he's doing. And we see the Scallywags set up from high above. They're looking for any shots that they can get off. And it looks like Vault 1 is on the move. I think they're going to try and intercept them here at A.
Oh, we're very separated.
They're on A. I'm coming back to you guys. I don't.
One fell. Kill that heavy. Look at that heavy.
Check this out. Big opening here after an accidental fall from Grace, but Scallywags unable to finish him off before the escape happens. So, Nason going down to 1 HP. No opening will be found, no quarter will be given, and Vault 1 remains in the hands of LRC. The Scallywags need to find their way in soon. Elvin going to be padding all the way across here, but Kelcam goes out, which means they got to wait a little bit longer.
I poked him. So.
Yeah, that 20 second response time really kind of detrimental. It's just such a long time to wait if you can't bring him back. So being down
Yeah,
2,
on a pas de
courir tourner
just
au cas où, non?
hard.
Pas encore moi. Ils sont sur nous, ils sont sur nous.
Yeah, it's always going to be a difficult time when you're trying to get the perfect assault on the enemy team. When you lose one so early or you just take too much damage so early on. But again, that's the key difference between these two playstyles. LRC have 2 sets of defibs. That's 2 sets of near instant respawns that they can play with. And Skyway only has 1 set of paddles. Now, Elvin is going to try to put himself on the sideline position here, not aligning with Gremlin, allowing instead for Kelcam to come in and try to get a stun off. But we will see Kelcam going out yet again, and Gremlin unable to find a good way in. But they get the steal. Unfortunately, I do believe that steal is going to come right back towards LRC, but that hasn't happened just yet. Instead, Skyway still going to be applying pressure from the outside here. Kelcam is back up. Gremlin on low HP, but it's Elvin that goes down first. Nason gets traded out as well, leaving a 2v2. The spoiler goes out. This is just 1 player left on LRC, and as they get wiped, Scallywags gets the win here in such an interesting team fight, spanning 3 different buildings.
What a quick
I think we do play close.
The res is really come in handy, but they weren't able to kind of hold it.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
And I think that they have this first
They're
catch out.
they're already up.
By the time they respawn, they're not going to have
I'm with you, I'm with you, I'm with you. They're here, they're above us.
Yeah, this is definitely too much time left up. I think that even if LRC makes it here, they're not going to have time to win the fight and get the steal. So they're going to have to go for that steal pretty instantly. Unfortunately for Nason, this is exactly what Scallywags is anticipating. And so that's going to be the very first dub going towards Scallywags. And remember, Scallywags won map 1. All they need is 1 more cash out now.
Yep, they really are a dominating force. It's quite exciting to see. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another 2-0 right here, right now.
Absolutely. It's all going to depend on who maintains control, because if LRC ends up getting control and can take the first cash out here, then it could be the case that Scallywags can't keep up with that defense. However, LRC, they need to make sure that they nail this first team fight. Now, looks like they're not going to be going for the fastest approach. Instead, trying to find the easiest way to go and gatekeep. What they're trying to do is watch where Vault 2 is moving towards. But look at that, the light portal. They don't get a chance to do that because the teleport takes them directly into the cash out. And that means that Scallywags is already baked in with the final cash out if they're able to take it. LRC wants to make sure this isn't the final cash out. Let's see what's going to happen now.
Yeah, you just have so many options. When you play it. I think that we're really seeing that in the stronger teams, that they can handle it, they can do it.
First bit of damage is going to come through. It's traded out, though. Nason has to back off to take a little bit of a heal break. Kelcam gets healed up. Gremlin, in the meantime, goes down to very low HP. He's unable to deal with the damage, and that means that it's going to be a trade here.
Take your time, take your time, take your time.
2 members of LRC down.
We don't want to kill him right away.
Time here. Look at that. Elvin saying, don't worry, everything is under control as they get the heals to come through. This now allows LRC
but we definitely just let one of the mediums rest and then we kill him.
At the same time,
but it's okay.
That 1 more team fight is going to be for everything.
Yeah, I personally don't see it happening. I think that they are going to have just a few seconds to get in there and get on it, and it's just going to be near impossible. I think that Scallywags are going to take this again.
Have to, yeah.
I gotta say, it's a really dominant performance from Scallywags today. But we're going to see LRC. They're going from the hotel. They're on the rooftop. Good opening damage. Good separation. Gremlin is now separated from the team here. The question is that going to be enough? Because they're still running out of time. As that timer ticks down on the cash out, things will get harder and harder. Nason Spoiler taking a little bit of damage and not healing it through just yet. But look, that Gremlin is going to go out, but there's still only so much time left on the cash out. They need to get this seal started now. They go for the res, they go for the APS. Will this be enough? The Scallywags tries to find an entry. Nason stays alive. The body block was enough. They get the seal and they stay in the running.
Wow, that was perfect. We're seeing some really great last-second plays.
Je sais qu'il m'a vraiment one-shot, genre 2 balles, c'était 2 têtes terminées. La LH, elle a été up, non?
Non, non.
And this is also a really good opening for LRC because the vault spawns a very similar position to last time. Super, super close to where that cash out ended. That means that they'll have the ability to control the vault at the very beginning. But we saw Scallywags just use that gateway to make sure that they couldn't get gate kept. We might see the same thing here playing in the opposite direction where they're able to have a gateway between both cash outs. So no matter where LRC end up taking the vault, they'll be ready for it no matter what.
Right now, right? Or, never mind. I thought they were zipping towards me. They're going gate.
Yeah, it looks like they're taking it over now. Going quick, going fast. And I don't think that they're going to get any teammates down.
Vas-y, prenez le truc, je vous shield, prenez le...
Ici sont ça. And heavy shield really comes in handy.
Il y en a un qui est mort. Le petit là, mort le petit, venez, venez sur moi, venez sur moi.
Look at that, the glitch grenades keeping Team LRC grounded here as they're unable to get the bounce pads up in time. But it is going to be Scallywags that lose the first member of the team there, meaning that they're at the deficit when it comes to the 2v3. Elvin goes down, and there goes Kelcam, and that means that we are going to be with LRC starting up this last cash out. And this is going to be another massive bit of importance for LRC because if they can't nail this, that's it for their run today.
Yep, absolutely.
Super laggy.
We see them respawning in, coming out. That zipline is so handy. It lets you get from point A to point B just so fast. I've really been using it a lot when I play.
The bridge area. I'm gonna jump over.
Absolutely. Having the double movement on your medium is super important when you're running the heavy and light setup. And the question now is going to be, will they approach from the park side or will they be approaching from the buildings? I think that they're going for the park side approach right now, but they are actually going to be using Kelcam to get a gateway in. So they're waiting for the gateway to get placed through, and then Elvin and Gremlin will follow through shortly. And there it is. They're in the bottom of the building, taking their time.
Like this northeast side over here to like climb up on them.
Are they going to drop it? Are they going to play for the fight first? Are they going to try to fake a steal, put some fake pressure, and draw LRC down to their level with them? Look at this. They're taking their time here because they know that they don't need to aggress just yet. Elvin trying to find an angle. He knows that they're on the roof, but doesn't know exactly where.
Yeah, we'll see if the strategy pays off. I mean, they are playing it slow. Both teams are. They're hiding behind the dishes. I love it.
And here it is. Elvin opens up with a few shots there. They get the first bit of information, but that is information that goes both ways here. And as the mines get shot underneath them, it's going to be Elvin going down to very low HP. He can't be healed back up, so he's got to wait for the long timer. Now we see LRC dropping down to hold the point, and this might be not enough time for Scallywags to finish this fight. At first, I was so confident, but because they had to wait for that reset, it was a little bit much. And now there's the gas as well. Only one healer can't outkill that. Spoiler is going to take a bunch of damage here, but it's Kelcam that goes out first. Blacks gets healed all the way back up, and Nason and Black stand up strong as Gremlin goes out. Just up to Elvin, but not enough time to get the seal. That means Scallywags give up this map, and it's going to be going to map number 3 here.
Wow.
That was such an insane thought process there because we see the Scallywags, they're taking their time and they're doing what they can to try and take space, but every single time that they enter an angle expecting to find someone, there's no one there, it kept cutting their timer shorter.
Yep. Yeah, and the slow plays didn't really help them that much because they got onto point and they just didn't have time to retake it. So I think if they need to play a little more aggressively, we'll see if they change that up in the next match.
Exactly. I think that we needed that aggro there. I could see where they were going with that. They wanted to make sure that when they executed the team fight, that when they won, there's no chance left for LRC to come back. But they have to still win that for that plan to work out. And by just taking away your own timer, you're only doing yourself a disservice when it comes time to nail that team fight. But we're going to be jumping into map number 3 very, very soon. So sit tight and see how this all folds out right after this break.
c'est qu'en vrai, on devrait peut-être.
And welcome back to Breakout Esports Master Series for the finals. We're in map number 3 of the upper bracket semifinals. This is where it will all go down on Cis Horizon. And once again, we've got the heavy medium light and the double heals medium.
Yeah, you love to see it. Really, both teams are pretty equally matched, and Cis Horizon's a great map to see. The one thing I like about Cis Horizon is that there's no variations of it, so it's kind of always the same, no matter where you play. And yeah, well, we're going to see kind of what both teams can pull out, because they both have trained and are experienced on it.
Yeah, the number one thing to sort of pay attention to here is how Kelcam is approaching these fights. Because again, when you've got the invis, you've got the gateways, it's going to be up to the light to kind of determine how you get that immediate opening. We saw in that last fight on Skyway Stadium how they were unable to get that opening damage. And on this map, it's going to be so important for that light to find an opening angle here and there. So we're going to be watching as LRC is going to be able to take control of Vault 1 to start things off and see where they're taking it, Rio.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing is that they are using a lot of the barrels and gas quite frequently, both teams. So it's interesting to see just everything kind of being played that is available in the map and not just your utility and relying on it.
Yeah, so important to use those to get the opening, especially the red barrels to break the floor, the fire barrels to counter any gas, smoke barrels even to cover movement, and my favorite, the goo barrels to block off doorways and sort of, you know, Minecraft your way out of any situation. You see that barricade coming up and blocking the whole doorway as well. A little bit more structurally sound than the goo barrels. But we're going to be watching as Gremlin and Kelcam hold in the back here. Elvin on the staircase, ready to support the heavy. Kelcam trying to find his entry. Once they get that health reset, it's going to start off, and here it comes. The RPG separating the heavy from the rest of LRC, and now Scallywags find a little bit of an entry point. Blacks goes down to low HP, but it's Gremlin that drops out first.
Medium 1 bar. Fuck.
That FCAR is doing damage. Really just chipping away at the enemy team.
Kelcam is going to drop out as well, and Scallywags needs to get a full reset. LRC looking strong on this first cash out. I think that this could be a quick one here for LRC. Scallywags will have enough time for one more team fight, but they have to go for a little bit more of an aggressive approach.
Yeah, and honestly, LRC has got a great setup. They've got 2 APS turrets. They've got the barricades set up. They're in a kind of a good corner. I would probably try and blow it up from below, but the APS can actually destroy stuff from below the ground as well. So, really strong setup. I just don't see anybody breaking this defense.
Exactly. They would need a couple well-placed red barrels to cut through. But as Scallywags try to make their way in, they are going to have a hard time dealing with this. Look at that. The heals are going to come out, though, which means less damage gives them an entry. And that means Naysat is the last person standing. Will he be able to get the kill, though? He gets the kill. No steal will happen in time. Scallywags unable to come away with that one, close as it was.
Yeah, wow. Both teams took a lot of damage there. I'm honestly surprised that they didn't break in so well. They couldn't get it, but they really are showing that they can still do quite a lot of damage.
C'est ce qu'il faut. Lui, il nous fait trop mal. Plus Oka qui nous aurait enculé à live.
A very, very strong start for LRC. This is what we kind of needed from them, because the first map super heavily baited against them, where Scallywags ended up just taking the control away from LRC. No matter what LRC did, they couldn't find a way in. Then, the last map on Skyway Stadium, LRC slowly adapting and overcoming to whatever pressure the Scallywags is pushing to them. And now, they're keeping that same energy. Look at this. Spoiler ends up going down here, but it's not going to matter to them. This is just a vault fight. You throw the res without even moving him into a safe spot. And also, Vault 2 making its way over to Cash Out C already.
Yep, and that's the advantage of that as well. Just get in there, get out, and get the cash out started.
Il colle au cube là, c'est ça que je veux dire.
Derrière eux, t'inquiète. Moi je suis
really, the movement and traversal
ils
is
sont
just
pas loin de toi,
unparalleled.
Il pad maintenant. Premier qui a pad.
It's about to be up. He just came up.
Gremlin, Kelcam, and Elvin are going to make their approach here. Kelcam is
probably that
on
kid
the
that was
same
alone.
floor.
That's his
Gremlin
point.
taking a little bit of shots from the second floor here. Gets back up to recover with Elvin. Now the healer and the heavy are together. And the light trying to find his way in. Looks like the steal is going to be forced just to draw someone out. Will the steal happen? LRC let the steal go. LRC in the middle of setting up here kind of forgot about the point for a second there. We're seeing that they're about to drop it from the side here. Look at this approach, but that approach requires so much precision. Nason didn't quite nail it, but is it going to be all right? It is, as Elvin and Kelcam go down and Gremlin as well. Look at that.
You can just hear the chaos in their chat too. They are just fighting and really trying to stay on.
Absolutely insane. They just drop out from one window into the next.
I love it. Sister has been a great map for this.
C'est toi qui dois le faire, c'est toi qui dois le faire. Tu la lances dessus, tu vas faire péter dessus là. Tu te mets devant, vas-y lance là et tu fais péter
They're
dessus.
setting up the gas is just so powerful.
Refais-le.
Vas-y, vite, elle est bien là, elle est bien en fait.
And I almost never see anybody running a smoke. So a smoke, and you can throw a fire, but a fire just creates a whole nother challenge once it's in there. So it's yeah, it's a really powerful thing that they're taking advantage of. Setting up, and I would bet that they hold this point, and this might be the end here.
It really could be, because they're trying again. They want to find one way to get in, one way to do damage, but they're not doing it in time. They're wasting a lot of time here just trying to find the perfect entry that's not going to present itself. Look at this. Gremlin trying to go for the steal while Elvin tells him to drop it down. There's a little bit of a breakdown of the plans here, but Blacks ends up going down. He gets res, but there's still a 5-second window where he's not going to be up yet. And look at that. Spoiler, Nasan still able to pick up a couple kills here. Gremlin gets Nasan, but Blacks finishes it off, and that's going to be it already. LRC actually coming out on top. They're going to be dropping Scallywags down into the lower bracket, and LRC is going to be qualified to continue for our finals today. And Scallywags might have to go up against some incredible opponents here. They still have a road ahead of them today, but that was an insane fight and good growth from LRC.
Absolutely. Honestly, after that first map, I thought that Scallywags were just going to take this whole thing, but LRC kind of realized where they messed up and pivoted and just kind of brought the force. That was a great. Last two matches were great.
Exactly. I think that what it was you can see LRC in the first map, they're not used to playing with the light. They're not used to playing against a light player that can teleport their team or can hit a stun gun at just the right time. So they realize, hey, we need to put ourselves in situations where these things won't matter. And that's exactly what they did. They didn't end up putting themselves in a situation where, hey, we could potentially lose this steal. Hey, we can just keep doing damage output because they only have one healer. It's going to cause them some problems. And we kept seeing that when they would just stall the fight by dealing a little bit of damage to Elvin. Then they'd have to back off and wait. Yep. And that 10-second window where you're trying to get your health back just adds up over time. And still an incredible performance from the Scallywags, but wow, LRC, I'm impressed.
I am too, and they had great defenses every time that they got the cash out started, and the very few steals, so it was a really great defense from them.
Exactly. So I'm very excited to see LRC going on into our grand finals, but in order to get to those grand finals, we still have a lower bracket to complete. So we'll come back with the rest of the lower bracket right after this break. And an in, Scallywags poking their head out of every single building. This is getting intense.
One shot on me. They will trade the kill, and they do. So now it's 2v2.
Stay alive, stay alive. You're getting
playing for time. Nasan tries to find his way in time, but unfortunately it's just not going to happen. And I believe, and Scallywags will find this opportunity to go and get a finish. Though Gremlin will unfortunately get taken out. And this is now just down to a 2v2 on both sides, but LRC doesn't happen just yet. Instead, Scallywags still going to be applying pressure from the outside here. Still pretty instantly. Unfortunately for Nasan, this is exactly what Scallywags is anticipating. And so that's going to be down to very low HP. He's unable to deal with the damage, and that means it's going to be a true find and entry. There, meaning that they're at the deficit when it comes to the 2v3. Elvin goes down, and just as well, only one healer can't outkill that. Spoiler is going to take a bunch of damage. Heals are going to come out, though, which means less damage gives him an entry. That means Nasan is the last person standing. Will he be able to get the kill, though? He gets the kill. No steal will happen in time. Scallywags unable to come away with that approach, but that approach requires so much precision. Nasan didn't quite nail it, but is it going to be all right? It is, as Elvin and Cal.
Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. Lot of sun, smoky in the air, that's a lot of pine. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try to take it from me. Big time, big time, big time, big time. Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the numbers, that's a lot of grind. Try and take it from me, must be out your mind. I'm big time, lot of signs. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of pine. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try and take it from me, from me, from me, from me, from me. Big time, number 9. Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the numbers, that's a lot of grind. Try and take it from me, must be out your mind. Big time, lot of signs. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of pine. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try and take it from me, take it from me.
Welcome back, everybody. Rio, it's been a fun day, and, well, welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really surprised that every team has taken it to 3 maps. I will be interested to see if we get all 3 of these next rounds doing the exact same thing. I won't be surprised, actually, if they do the same thing. So.
Exactly, especially because what's up next is Divine Dead versus Burt's, and we've seen both of these teams already today, so it's just good that now we can get them both onto one match together and really put up these unstoppable forces against these immovable objects. We got the map vetoes ready, so let's go ahead and see what we're going to be playing on. So, looking like Seoul and Monaco are banned. I believe that Divine Dead banned Soul last time, and Burt's banned Monaco last time, so it's pretty much identical there. This time, however, it's going to be Skyway Stadium to start off. Divine Dead, after their last win on Skyway Stadium, are feeling very strong about this map. Then Burt's on Sis Horizon, and the decider will be Vegas. Now, this is a very interesting one because I don't think Burt's wants to go to Vegas, but even if they do, that was their map pick last time, and they're going to be ready to use it. Sueco, Chickpea, they have such a good connection on Las Vegas that for sure, if it goes to that map, it's going to be difficult for Divine Dead to keep up.
Yeah, I agree. And I personally think that Las Vegas is probably the hardest map, in my opinion. Just way too many open areas and really kind of small spaces once you get into the cash out going. But Skyway Stadium, always fun. Sis Horizon, same thing. Really will be fun to see these two matches play out.
Absolutely. Now, when it comes to just watching how Chickpea is going to be taking the skirmishes alongside Sueco and Z, trying to figure out their entry up against, Divine Dead's super solid double heals. But the question is, will Divine Dead be pulling out the D map again? They pulled it out for one map before. I'm excited to see if they pull it out again.
I personally hope that they do, because that was some of the most innovative gameplay that we saw. We saw them taking spots away. We saw them dropping enemy teammates. Really, just kind of a different type of gameplay other than just shooting and just healing. So, yeah, we'll just have to see what they do.
Absolutely. And, when it comes to the actual cohesion of Team Burt's, I think that they have had a lot of improvement over the last couple of months in scrims. And now, seeing them actually put it all together into one nicely wrapped up package, I think that Divine Dead is going to have a difficult road ahead. So especially once we start off on the first map being Skyway Stadium, depending on which version of Skyway that they get, it could be a little bit more difficult for them, because if they can at least take away a lot of the sightlines from that light player, from Chickpea, then it will be a very good day for Divine Dead. But if they get up, down, left, right, it could still be difficult.
Yeah. Here we're hopping into it. We see Vault 1 spawns a little bit away from, what is this, Divine Dead?
Yeah, look at the fog as well. The fog will make it a little bit difficult for those longer sight lines. This is actually one of the better options for weather on Skyway Stadium, just because of the fact that even up on the upper platform, it separates it from just being able to have that fight from more than just a few buildings away. Harbinger going to be taking the first bit of damage, and like usual, going to be running away with the mines. Ayaya goes down, and this is a good opening here. Chickpea on the medium, Sueco on the heavy, dealing damage.
Yeah, amazing to see two teammates down already, and we just see Harbinger's kind of holding off, and I guess he's hiding and waiting for his teammates to use the coin, because he's not going to go try rezzing them, because he'd just be out in the open.
Absolutely. I do believe that we have a mismatch in terms of stream delay, so we won't be getting Burt's POV this match, I don't think, unless that can be fixed. But for now, it is just going to be from the perspective of Harbinger, and I think that it's going to be from the perspective of a team that really is trying to do the best to stay alive.
Yeah, I think that from what we've seen from Divine Dead already, I think that they might be the team to watch in this match. Because Harbinger is great with that AK. We can see him, even from a long distance away, still getting about half health chipped away.
Oh, yeah, the 36 bullets in the AK is why I like to use it. I have always been a proponent of AK gameplay, but now that the FCAR has been nerfed a little bit, we see more and more players picking it up, and you see Harbinger being a very good argument as to why it's worth picking up. Check out the good sustainability here. Ayaya not going to be healing up Harbinger just yet, but there we go. The team doesn't really need to worry about too much yet. Even though the cash out is in the hands of Burt's, they are trying to set themselves up for success in the long run here by making sure that they maintain height.
Yeah, I'm amazed that they haven't pushed on it yet, but I do see what they're setting up for, and it looks like we're going to get that red barrel in, explode the roof, and I bet you that they look for chip damage, and then as soon as they get somebody at least half health, they're going to push in.
Exactly, the mine's on the door to make sure that the light player doesn't end up coming across the side, but here we go. We've got Ayaya and Harbinger about to make the leap down into the bottom floor. Cash out aggression is going to start now. Let's see how Burt's is holding off.
They are still taking such a slow approach.
Yeah, definitely slow. I was going to say Sueco, I believe, is just holding in this room, but he could also be one floor underneath waiting to drop it. You can see Midnight Werewolf. They're always second-guessing themselves. They try to go for the steal, but there's the drop. And the question is, where is the follow-up? Because that steal is still happening. No follow-up will be had, and instead, Burt's loses the cash-out. Divine Dead gets the steal. Nobody's even died yet.
Yeah, this is a very slow, low-impact kind of fight. Finally, we're seeing some action happening. And we just see that Harbinger is just pocket healing and goes for the res of his teammate and tries to fight him off, but he gets cornered and his teammate's going to res, but not enough health, and just goes down.
Nice. Yeah, Sueco doing quite a bit there, but unfortunately, Ayaya just had too much HP there. Going to be able to take out Sueco and Z, finish up what his teammates started, and that is going to be the first cash out going for Divine Dead. So Burt's going to need to change up their style just a little bit going into this next cash out.
Yeah, the slow push really worked for him. I'm surprised. And Burt's just had a really slow reaction as well. I think that they need to pivot almost immediately and just change their strategy.
Yeah, especially given the fact that right now they're maintaining control of the vault at the very beginning. They did that last time, but they just could not hold out. I don't even think that Divine Dead is worried about this approach, even if they're able to sneak away and the gatekeep doesn't work out the way they want it to, because Divine Dead looks so confident on their team fights.
Yeah.
Now, we're seeing Vault 2 slowly move through the residential district, the market district of Skyway Stadium, trying to make its way over to A, but it could be going for a long rotate around the side, avoiding this upper deck platform, maybe wanting to bring it to the cash out that's in hospital. But instead, what we could be seeing is a little bit of a split, where the vault is being taken over the right side while the rest of Burt's comes up from the left-hand side. Now, however this ends up going through, Divine Dead needs to be spread out in order for this to work out for Burt's. But right now, Divine Dead keeps staying up together all in one place. There's Z.
Yeah, they're a bunch.
Doing a little bit of damage to Werewolf, but unfortunately, Harbinger, Werewolf, and AI are all keyed into this. Look at that.
Ooh.
Beamed all the way across. Z just goes out.
Yeah, Divine Dead's really good at kind of staying together. They're like a bunch of grapes. They don't tend to spread out too much unless it's absolutely needed.
Yeah, like, especially just given the fact that they have the first cash out, it opens up this as a possible playstyle. They can prevent any sort of entry, and it doesn't matter if they don't control the vault, because for the next 10 minutes, they just have to play keep away. That being said, as time goes on, it will allow Burt's more and more opportunities to kind of break the team up, and that's what we see happening right now. Harbinger down to 20 HP, Midnight Werewolf super low and getting aggressed. Now as Werewolf goes down, Ayaya or Harbinger need to go in and actually grab a solid res, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think instead, Ayaya and Harbinger, they're going to have to go and hide away while the coin comes through, and this is when Divine Dead needs to be moving that vault. And there it is. The vault is now finally starting to make its progress over towards the cash out.
Yep, and a lot of long-distance fights are happening right now. I think this is part of the strategy to kind of hold off and wait until everybody's in place and push him. And I think it's pretty much working for him. And they're immediately going for the steal. Really interesting to see from Harbinger. Just run in, grabs it, uncontested as well. Sets up the mines, goes for the first kill. Can't bring him down, brings him down to about half health. Gets hit himself. Goes for the pocket healing, gets the first elimination on Chip, goes down, and his team is now getting pushed. They're having to jump out of the area. And is that a team wipe? That is.
That is going to be a team wipe, and now we've got Burt's actually finally taking a little bit of good control. Sueco finally finding his entry for that RPG damage like we saw, and the main thing is that Burt's finally understands how they need to deal with Divine Dead, because that's the first time they've won a team fight in this whole map.
Wow, that's impressive. And thankfully Divine Dead has plenty of time to hop over there and get on the cash out. And even set up. You see them kind of holding off on this roof. Jump pad gets on. They're going to try and take down the heavy. Got a shield down. Lots of explosions.
It's going to be Werewolf going down here. Harbinger cannot find an entry, and those are not resable trophies. So Harbinger's going to go down here, and that means that Burt's is going to be able to walk away with this cash out, bringing us to cash out number 3. It always goes to cash out number 3, doesn't it?
It does, and honestly, that's what we want to see, because it means that the teams are actually fighting and nobody's getting just dominated. I think it's way more fun to see it this way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a lot more competitive of a play style for Burt's if they're able to prevent Divine Dead from just, barricading themselves into a corner. Because once they're able to prevent that barricade play from happening, it allows Burt's the angles that they need to actually thrive. Especially when it comes to how Sueco tries to enter every single time with the jump pads in the RPG. Finding that RPG damage initially is usually what's holding them back. But even in times like this, when they can find and isolate a single medium player, Sueco can just run in and melt with that shotgun. As many times as they've nerfed the SA-12, it is still the best weapon in the game.
Yeah.
And, well, it's just very difficult for Divine Dead to deal with it. That's why they need to stay together.
Yeah, and they were doing a great job of it earlier, and I think that anytime that they get caught out, when one person just dies, it just throws their whole balance out of whack, and they have to kind of regroup, and then that just takes time, and when time is of the essence in a game like this, it just is detrimental. So I'm hoping that they pivot and kind of learn from their mistakes.
We can see Harbinger, Midnight, and Ayaya trying to find the best way to keep the gatekeep happening, make sure that they keep the vault sort of controlled. They know that someone from Burt's is hiding underneath them, and there it is. They're trying to figure that out before they make their next moves. But even then, this sort of wasting time situation is it's not really going to do much, because the fact that it is not going to be necessarily winning anyone any fights when there's less time on the board.
Yeah. And Harbinger really loves to throw down these mines. I don't know how often he's getting them set off, especially when he's doing them like while he's retreating, but it is interesting to see how often he just throws them down, almost like grenades.
Oh, and look at that insane damage output there. Sueco cannot compete, and we are now going to be seeing a good little bit of trading going on here, but it is going to be Divine Dead who keeps the player advantage, especially after the reses, and that's going to be their opening to take the vault and get it through all the way out to cash out B.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that he missed that first res, and he was pretty low health at the same time, so it could have turned out really badly if he didn't kind of go back and get it. And now we wait for them to kind of get on to the point. I love it when they whack the cash box, because it just sends it flying.
Absolutely. They're really playing this to make sure that they are the ones that start it and stay in control, because they know that they need time to set up. So I think that what's happening right now is that Midnight Werewolf, once he gets up to the area that they want to set up, they're going to preemptively get all of their utility in place. Get the mines down where they want the mines, get the barricades where they want the barricades, and then they start the cash out. But the thing is that vault is, it got punted a little bit too far. It's going to be hard to get that reset coming through. So Burt's right now is just still trying to find their entry, and while they kind of have Divine Dead trying to figure out where their next team fight is going to come from, they take the vault and they teleport it all the way out to the construction site.
Interesting. Yeah, they're really split up right now. Cash from the vault is pretty out there. I'm interested to see where they take it. It looks like
I think it's going to be a hospital play.
Yeah.
Yeah, they know that they'll have a better chance. I believe this is okay. It might be an elevator spawn. I can't tell just yet. But unfortunately, they are breaking the ropes a little bit too early. Harbinger finally makes it up, and Swaco soaring like a shooting star all the way up the top. It's not going to be the elevator spawn for the cash out, but instead on the rooftop terrace. Too much damage being dealt out to Bertz here, and Bertz unfortunately not able to deal with it. And actually, Bertz, I'm just realizing this now, they're on that double medium, and I think that that's sort of the thing that's not helping them out in this situation, is the fact that they're not used to playing double medium heavy. They're trying to support Swaco as much as possible, but Swaco is just not able to be in a competitive position on these open angles, especially not with the SA-12. So Harbinger is able to just take some distance, put a little bit of distance between you and the heavy, and keep the situation in your favor.
Yeah, and we see them kind of chasing him down, Harbinger chasing down their heavy after the two teammates are down, and I think that the heavy was able to get away, and I think that the enemy team's now respawning. So good plays from both teams, but we are kind of coming down to it. This will be the last cash out, and it's not in the best spot, but here we see Divine Dead doing what they were doing great before, and they're just kind of bunkering here and waiting a little bit of ways away from the point to see if they can get any kills as they push into it, and yeah, hopefully they can hold it.
Absolutely. Cash out C is ticking away almost to the halfway point. How will Bertz make their entry? Are they going to try to drop it and play the angles of the hallways? Or are they going to just try and W key up to the rooftop? Again, Swaco loves doing the RPG damage from the middle of the sky. I don't think an opportunity will present itself, so they drop it down to the bottom. Midnight Werewolf also just all ready to fight this. They have so many red barrels to chuck at it as well. There we go. The first little bit of damage comes through. Bertz taking a lot of opening damage. Gas on the site, but there it is. Swaco with the RPG, going to be able to do a little bit of damage. They pick up one. It's traded out. Harbinger on low HP. Midnight Werewolf needs to be healed, but look at that. Swaco also doing tons of damage, taking it as well. Harbinger is going to be able to heal up here, but there is just enough time for Bertz to get the steal, and steal they will, unless Harbinger can come through and cancel, but they have the shield up, and that's going to be too much to deal with. Look at that. I think that might be it. I think that Bertz has just walked away with map 1 here. What a close map it was.
Yeah, that was honestly really shocking. I thought the Divine Dead had that up until these last 10-15 seconds where they kind of dropped the ball. I think they separated a little too much, and then one went down, the second one went down, then it all fell on Harbinger to just kind of do anything, and in the situation that he was in, he just couldn't do really anything. So great matches though.
Yeah, super intense matches, and I think that, you know, I was doubting Bertz for a second because of the fact that they had switched Chickpea off of the light, but now that we actually can see what this team can do with that double medium setup, this is insane. So Divine Dead, they just lost their first map, and when it goes on to the next map, well, this is going to be Bertz's choice. So excited to see what's going to happen, and we will jump into that lobby right after this.
Mom and dad were right when they told me this wouldn't be nothing. Maybe I should take their advice, go get a life, or maybe get a job or something. Pack it up and head back home, tell everybody I was bluffing. Or maybe I'll just get out my head and focus on what I know's coming. Yeah. Cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusionary reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. 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 Yeah. Maybe all my exes drinking themselves crazy tonight. Maybe I should call and say, told you I'd be right. Wondering how long it was before you realized the biggest mistake of your life, and now you're paying the price. Oh, is it confidence or confusion? Either way, I feel like I ain't never losing. Your opinion of how you know just what I'm choosing. I gotta do this, cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion and reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. Well, maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. 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 Maybe mom and dad were right when they told me this wouldn't be nothing. Maybe I should take their advice, go get a life, or maybe get a job or something. Pack it up and head back home, tell everybody I was bluffing. Or maybe I'll just get out my head and focus on what I know's coming. Yeah. Cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion and reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying
Back and welcome, hello. It is time for map 2 up against Bertz and DD. Rio, tell us a little bit about what we can expect going into the next map.
Well, it's going to be Sis Horizon, so we can expect kind of the normal gameplay there. Not a lot of variation on the. There's no change in the map, but I think that we're going to see a lot of the LRC. No, not LRC. I'm sorry. The Divine Dead and Bertz kind of pulling back and setting up their defenses and maybe going a little faster. I think a lot of it was really slow last round, and I think that this round we might see kind of more intense action. At least I hope so.
Exactly, and remember that Divine Dead did pull out a dematerializer on this map the first time that we saw them on it today. And not only that, but Bertz had pulled out a light the last time they were on this match. So this map might actually be two completely different team setups than we're used to seeing from these guys. I'm very excited to see if that's going to happen, because if we get another matchup between the dematerializer and the light player, which is pretty often on Sis Horizon, that means that the team fights are going to be more often. We're going to get a lot more action of just teams throwing themselves at each other. Whereas in this last match, it went almost the full 20 minutes because of the fact that they were kind of biding their time. They were waiting. They were trying to, take out that team fight from the equation when it came to the cash out, and just try to make sure they can start that vault without any distractions. But it does look like we're actually back to double mediums for Bertz as well. So we're staying on the double medium setup. We're staying on the double healers for Divine Dead. So this is pretty interesting, because we haven't seen this setup on this map for either team yet.
Yeah, and I don't think that we have the dematerializer again. I'd love to see it, but yeah, I just don't think it's the right choice for right now.
I'm late. I'm 2 seconds. I'm 2 seconds. I'm 2 seconds. It's tapped.
Already getting into the action. We see Aya go down. Midnight Wolf is chopped down to half. Harbinger is the last one remaining now. He throws some mines to kind of get away from people. He is getting chased by their heavy. He was able to do some damage, but boy, he is down, and he cannot hold off.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite part about Sueco is that when he gets the opportunity to hold the W key he will hold. And especially when it comes into operating on cash out A, because Bertz is going to start off with the upper hand here with the double medium, with the double heals onto the heavy. This means that they're going to play in that playstyle that they really don't like playing against, which is just setting up into the site. It is a lot more of a boring way to play. However, it allows a lot more opportunity. Look at this, just Chickpea opening up his own areas to cut through. Unfortunately, though, he's not used to being this high up off the ground here as a medium. If you're a light player, you can shoot the ankles through that, but unfortunately, as a medium, you're still just too high up even when you're crouched.
Yep. We do see them kind of pushing in. A lot of damage is being done. And they're pretty far away from the cash out, so I think that Bertz is going to be able to hop on and grab it. Or, I'm sorry, Bertz already has it, so it'd be Divine Dead able to get in there.
Exactly. Bertz is holding on, but check this out. Divine Dead sending the steal a little bit early. This begs the question, what does Bertz have planned? And of course, it's going to be a drop, and the drop happens, but look at that, the steal still happens. It lands on top of a desk. He can still hold it from the top. And here it is. So now Divine Dead controls the cash out, and there is going to be a little bit of a stall here. Bertz and Divine Dead all trying to maintain the height. It is going to be Divine Dead that lose the first fight here. And as Aya and Harbinger both go down to super low HP, they get one res. Sueco and Chickpea both go down, but Z picks up one. Is going to be able to pick up the second. He is not, as Midnight Werewolf comes through. But he gets a res off, and Chickpea unfortunately not able to do much more than just go down immediately. But look at this. This fight is still lasting. The reses on reses on reses. But as Z goes down, that's going to be the end of it, and Divine Dead walks away with cash out one.
Nice, that was great. Really intense gameplay right when they got into that corner where the barricade was set up. Yeah, like you said, res after res. It pretty much was anybody's game at that point.
When you've got two sets of paddles, it's like you have 5 teammates.
Absolutely.
Now, if only you could defib yourself, just, charge them up and then just let them fall on you after you die. That's how I would play.
Yeah, maybe one day we'll see an update like that.
Well, as Vault 2 gets started by Divine Dead, it's going to be up to them to figure out which cash out they want to go to. They want to go to cash out C, which looks to be all the way over towards campus, maybe in that Japanese Zen Garden spawn, or if they want to go for a rooftop cash out that D looks to be set up on. Now, they go for the rooftop. That is going to offer Bertz a lot more opportunity to come through and drop it from the bottom. We know that they like to do that. That being said, if Divine Dead is in control, they can go ahead and start it out all the way over at Cash Out C in that Japanese Zen Garden. What is happening? I think that we're just... Are we in a freeze right now, or...
Are they just waiting?
They're just waiting, I think. And it looks like Cash Out C is going to be the move. Oh, Chickpea, Z, and Sueco, they're waiting. They found it. They found the motion, and they see it's going over to C. As the vault starts to make its way over there, this will allow them to figure out where the isolation could come from. But unfortunately, the only thing that'll be isolated is Sueco from his team, and he goes down. The res comes off here. Midnight Werewolf does end up picking up one, but as the trades start to come through, Aya goes down, Harbinger goes down, and that's going to be a team wipe. Bertz is now in control of Vault 2. Looks like they want to bring it to Cash Out C, which isn't in the Japanese Zen Garden, but over here in the library.
Yeah, really interesting play that they kind of held off, and they were waiting for movement to happen from Divine Dead, and then when it did start moving, they just kind of swarmed on them, and you can see what happened. Obviously, Bertz kind of took over, and yeah, I think that was an interesting strategy, and it pretty much paid off for him.
Yeah, and check this out, especially the way that the cash out is able to be started off by Bertz, and Bertz gets to set up. It is the museum. Now, the museum, this floor here has this upper sort of balcony situation, which is going to be a lot better for Bertz holding up. But if Divine Dead just drops at one floor, then suddenly Divine Dead is going to have a much better time holding out if they're able to get the steal. Now, Bertz is taking a lot of damage here, and looks like it is just going to be getting sent on by Divine Dead. They pick up the first kill here, and Ayaya, unfortunately, not going to be able to get res. Sueco and Chickpea, they're locked in, and as Midnight goes down to just 1 HP, it's only a matter of time before the team wipe comes through. But he's good.
I think he was trying to self-blow himself up at the end there, just to get him down quicker and get his team respawned. And when they do respawn, I don't think they're going to have a lot of time, so I think that this one is going to go to Bertz, unless something drastic happens here.
Yeah, we just play under. Okay. Careful, they suck if you drop last time.
I have double drop.
Okay, we have gas barrels down here.
I'm pre-placing a pad right here on the
yeah,
outside.
yeah.
Yeah, we really do see Bertz setting up a nice defense. And it will be interesting to see if Divine Dead can break through. They are going to try and blow it up from below, I think. But time is running out. They need to be on it like right now.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can't get this steal right now. Oh, but there's the gas, and that gas is going to make it impossible. They don't have any fire to deal with it, no way to out-heal it. That's going to be a cash out, and that means that Bertz is still in the running. And now, all Bertz needs is one more cash out to knock Divine Dead out of the running for this qualifier.
You love to see it.
You love to see it, especially just watching how Bertz is just dividing and conquering. Again, it's all about finding the one way that you can separate the heavy. The heavy is the linchpin of everything. If they can remove the heavy from the equation, it suddenly gets a lot easier to deal with the other ones. And so that's sort of your entire ethos to these team fights is when can you remove a medium from the equation? When can you isolate the heavy? And if you can isolate the heavy, can you protect the trophy to make sure he doesn't get defibed? All of these have to happen within a matter of 5 seconds, because remember, if one player goes down, it's only 15 or so seconds until they can just coin back in and come through. So these team fights take multiple minutes to set up, but only seconds to execute.
Oh, they're here. I think he failed his RPG,
They immediately cash out started, and both teams are here, so we see just the action kicking off.
No dome, no dome.
Divine Dead trying to pad over the wall here in the library, and pad over they do, but it's Ayaya and Harbinger that go down first. And look at the triple kill from Sueco. The opening RPG damage enough to finish off Ayaya, and then with the Lewis gun in hand, finishing off the other two. Insane team fight from Bertz, but again, that was just the very first one, and Divine Dead sent it so fast, they will for sure have time for a second, maybe even a third team fight.
Yep, it really did happen almost immediately, and they are respawned now, but they do have a little bit of distance to go to. I think that this is probably their last push, unless they go really quick.
I'm not there.
Yeah, we're just going to have to see. They, Bertz can set it up and hold it.
Еще джамп есть?
Есть.
Куда? Здесь? Здесь, просто вперед.
Блять, они белого играют.
Да, два белого походу.
You see Divine Dead trying to get up high spaces, looking for anywhere that they can get some damage done. Nobody that they found immediately, because Bertz has a great setup. And in fact, they're the ones now getting chipped away. Not looking good for them, to be honest.
Heavy убить.
Yeah, it looks like Divine Dead just is not able to find that. They're trying to put their players in a situation where hopefully someone from Bertz runs past without seeing and they can just dome in the back of the head, but it's just not happening right now. And as Harbinger goes down before he's able to get the res off, this is looking so good for Bertz here. I think that's going to be it. There's no way that this skill is happening. And as the final team wipe comes through, that means that Divine Dead gets shut out in the very first 2-map victory of the day, going towards Bertz. An insane way to start off this final run in the bracket. And we are getting closer and closer to our grand final, and these matches are getting even more cutthroat as things go on.
Yep, I think Cutthroat's a great way of putting it, because that really was the first time that we saw kind of a team dominating another team. Burt's really showed what they can do. They flexed their muscles, they flexed their aim, and Divine Dead just didn't have a chance. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that, right? Burt's kind of knew exactly how Divine Dead wanted to play, and I think that if Divine Dead did pull out the Dematerializer, we could have seen a little bit of a different playstyle, maybe even a different outcome. But it looks like that Burt's just keeps figuring out how to overcome the odds. And hey, both of those matches went to the third cash out, so it is absolutely well deserved. And while they flex their win and bring it on into the lower bracket finals up against Scallywags, I want to take this opportunity to tell you guys about our sponsor, and that's going to be One Shot Energy. These are our main sponsor of the Breakout Esports Master Series, and they've got tons of unique products geared towards gamers, creators, and people who want to put quality items in their mouths. My personal favorite is these Soothing Yuzu voice drops. I got an open pack right here, and that is helping me cast today. Comes in very handy when I've got super long multi-hour streams. And if you guys want to try these for yourselves, or if you guys want to try any of their other products, you can use code BREAKOUT to get 10% off, or type !1 shot in the chat for some more information.
Yeah, it's really a great product, and I know that after this long tournament, I will be popping some in and soothing my throat and voice so that I can carry on for the rest of the day. And in my house, we have almost all the way gone through our first package, and I know that we will be ordering more here soon. So it's really something great to check out, and it does deliver on what they're promising. So.
Awesome. Absolutely incredible. And we will have the lower bracket finals for you right after this break.
Some action happening. And we just see that Harbinger's is pocket healing.
Output there, Swaco cannot compete, and we are now going to be seeing, and Burt's unfortunately not able to deal with it. And actually, Burt's, I'm just realizing this now, they're on that double medium. Gas on the site, but there it is. Swaco with the RPG, going to be able to do a little bit of damage. They pick up one, it's traded out. Divine Dead that lose the first fight here, and as Ayaya and Harbinger both go down to super low HP, they down immediately. But look at this. This fight is still lasting. The res is on res. This is Swaco from his team, and he goes down. The res comes off here. Midnight Werewolf does end up picking up one, but as the trades start to come through, Ayaya goes down. Gas, and that gas is going to make it impossible. They don't have any fire to deal with it. No way to out heal it.
0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the wake up.
Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. We've got 2 more matchups for you, but before we can get to that final one, we got to get through this. My name is Artie. I'm joined here with Rio, and we're about to jump in to the lower bracket finals. That's right. It's going to be the team Scallywags up against Team Berts. That's going to be 2 of the highest tiered teams here, and I think that if chat wants to make their predictions right now, this is probably going to be the first, like, pure 50-50 split here.
Yeah, I really don't know who to root for. I mean, this is we've seen great play from both teams, and I think Scallywags really have a lot that they bring to the table, and Bert will just kind of have to fight off of that.
Exactly, and the biggest thing as well is going to be that if the Scallywags want a chance to get a rematch on LRC in the grand finals, they gotta go through Berts first, and that, you know, combination of Sueco, Z, and Chickpea are going to be a very strong force to deal with. That being said, these teams have scrimmed against each other many, many times. And so that means that the Scallywags and Berts, they know how each other play almost better than I think any other matchup that we've seen in the Breakout Master Series so far. So let's go ahead and look at the map bans. Soul being banned by Scallywags, this is not going to be a surprise to anybody because you don't ever want to get caught out on that hospital point. Monaco being banned by Berts, neither here nor there. This is going to be pretty much what we saw last time with Scallywags picking up Skyway. This time it's Berts taking up Sis Horizon and Las Vegas for the decider.
Yeah, it's really interesting to consistently see Souls kind of banned, but Skyway Stadium, always my favorite, probably to watch. Sis Horizon really followed closely. And Las Vegas, probably one of the hardest maps in my opinion. So it'll be interesting to see where they take this, and I have a feeling that if there's 2 teams that are going to take it to 3 maps, this is probably it.
Oh, 100%, especially given the fact that we have such a good chance here to see Kelcam versus Chickpea, light versus light. Like this, like these are 2 of the best light players in NA. And so if we can actually see Kelcam on light going up against Chickpea on light, it's going to be one of the best broadcasts in history. Not only that, but if they both decide to play off of their main light and they go medium, then this is going to be a massive battle to actually see. I think that if you're a developer from Embark Studios, this is the match that you want to watch to figure out what needs balancing, because both of these teams are going to be using everything in their arsenal to get a slight advantage. I'm talking if they have a 1% chance to deal maybe 10 more damage, they're going to push that, because all they need to do is find a weakness and exploit it on the other team. So, especially starting on Skyway Stadium, we're going to get long open sight lines. We're going to get very interesting open cash outs to fight over. There's just tons to see here.
Yeah, I just can't wait, especially if we get a light versus light, you know, off, you know, get to see the 2 lights fight each other, see if they're able to jump around, viz, whatever they do to just kind of get in and out of those situations will just be, yeah, perfect. I think you said it right. If Embark is watching, this is the one to watch.
Yeah, and again, I think that on Skyway Stadium, to start off with, there is a very good opportunity to see that light versus light gameplay, but it is also just as possible that we won't be seeing any light players at all. I think that Kelcam is too good for that, though. I think Kelcam is going to lock in on the light player and pretty much make it one solid LH1 demonstration, right? Or if he goes to the MP5, which I think on Skyway Stadium, it's going to depend on how you decide to approach it with your team, whether or not you're going for the MP5 or the LH1. The other thing as well is which version of Skyway Stadium is going to determine it, because as soon as it gets the up, down, left, right, tons of people will switch off of the LH1 and into the MP5, just because the fact that if you really want to go and push into those floating platforms, you're going to need an SMG to do it.
Yep. Oh, we got 3 POVs. Nice.
Alrighty, so we look up at the top, that's going to be Scallywags, Elvin, and at the very bottom we got 2 POVs from Team Bertz, and this is where things get interesting. It is going to be double medium, so we don't see any of the light gameplay here. Instead, Chickpea on the medium, insane gameplay. Calcam on the medium, insane gameplay. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's probably the safer option, but still exciting to see.
Already getting started now, Chickpea and Z. Let's see how they make this approach as Vault 1 spawns all the way up the top of the floating platform on top of the office building. It looks like Cash Out A over at the hospital might be where they want to go. But the question is, with them in control of the vault, where will Scallywags try to gatekeep them from? They have the option to gatekeep from the center and then pad over to either the hospital or the park, depending on wherever Bertz decides to take it. And I think that instead of doing that, they tried to push over to Cash Out A very early on. This gave Bertz the perfect opportunity to just pad over to the other side and go for Cash Out B. This means Scallywags is going to be a little bit behind here as the vault gets inserted and Bertz gets started off.
Yeah, and we are seeing the suspended structures, which I always think is interesting because it just makes it so much harder to push into and then take down the entire structure. And really really good gameplay. We see them pushing in. We see Elwin, and they're kind of keeping their distance for now. I think they're trying to go for a kill if they can get double healer. There's a jump pad near it, and they're hopping on. They're keeping their distance.
And this is where we can see Bertz sort of trying to maintain control because they know that if they do lose control, it's going to be harder to get it back from this team. So we're just seeing Elvin and Calcam try to hug on Gremlin and just keep him alive, keep that heavy damage flowing, and as soon as they can get one player to half HP, they can just pad over an RPG. So we are going to see Z taking a little bit of damage that doesn't get healed up. It's not enough for them to push on. That being said, Scallywags still is working on this approach right now. And there we go. Bert's going to be padding off the sideline here. A little bit of position trading is going on. As Gremlin drops down to half HP, Elvin and Calcam both follow to half HP. But look at this. Elvin loses his footing on the moving platform there. Has to approach from the bottom, but it's going to work out. He takes out Chickpea. He's got a back sightline here, but it's Calcam and Gremlin are also down. He needs to go for the res. He picks up a res onto Gremlin, and now it is a 2-on-2 situation as more reses come through on the other team as well. Bertz and Scallywags really both fighting for any in here, but Scallywags will be able to go for the full reset.
Yeah, the Scallywags are going to get it back, but I think that they need to jump on the Cash Out right now. Otherwise, they're just going to lose it. Can they break through this defense? Is what we're about to see. We see Elwin trying to push in.
He goes down. It's going to be difficult
I don't
now
think they
for
have enough
Bertz,
time.
but they have the drop. They have the drop. Scallywags, yeah, you're right. I don't think they have enough time for this steal. They're going to try. They might have a millimeter. They might have a millisecond. They do. They took it. They had the time, and Bertz slightly misjudged that. If they had dropped it even just a second later, that might have been enough. But unfortunately for Bertz, Scallywags had the timing perfectly. That was such an even team fight, and Bertz, they let Scallywags get the full reset, and that was their detriment.
Right away.
Yeah, really great gameplay.
Because they're going to force it.
I love seeing it come down to the
not back,
last second.
we can also
That's
drop
where
it.
the excitement is. It's like, are they going to get it? And they
especially because we have barricades.
They pulled it off.
Yeah, we can definitely drop C. I think both of these.
Can we force them to...
They're just sitting down the platform.
We see both teams setting up. The Scallywags have control over the cash box, over the vault. They are getting some chip damage on the Bertz, causing them to fall back, reevaluate their position, get set up again. But I bet you the Scallywags
if
can
you want to
get
play
this
A, we can throw it to them.
As long as they don't go to A.
That's the issue.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Once Vault 2 starts to move over to the sideline here, we actually see the exact same thing that we had at the beginning of the game, but team swapped, because now it's Scallywags up on this position and it's Bertz over on Hospital, and literally the exact same thing is going to happen this time as well. Scallywags are going to drop off the sideline here, forcing Bertz to rotate, but I think that this is an intentional play because neither team wants the Hospital cash out to be triggered, so they just need to defend that cash out specifically, force the vault to go into the other area, and that's what we're seeing here. And now we have Scallywags with the opportunity to maintain control but Gremlin almost goes out here, but it's not going to be enough. Bert's
I'm
very
with you.
nearly finishing it off. Look at that. Gremlin is able to get healed up. Kelcam goes out. Elvin needs to go for the res.
No.
Yeah, a lot of fighting happening just over this vault.
Okay.
Wow, that
Oh,
RPG.
a little bit of a miscommunication there as Gremlin takes the trophy away from Elvin as he was about to get the res. That caused Elvin to miss the opportunity, and Elvin gets taken out. That was such a small breakdown of communication, but it cost him the team fight.
Like, that wasn't expected. Don't coin yet. Don't coin yet.
I am going point. I thought he was gonna chill in the building.
Go left, go left, go left under.
So the
Go
vault
left under, so
started,
then
the
I can
cash out
coin.
started.
Okay, I'm coining now.
They're going to have to do everything they can to
shit.
get over there and just kind of get onto the point.
Should be good.
We see quite a lot of distance, and they are split up shockingly quite a bit. And the defenses go down. They are standing on top of that suspended structure, which I love it when the whole thing falls down, and then it's just a chaos of rubble, and people just trying to get into every little corner they can to get the cash out.
Exactly, and check this out. Kelcam, Gremlin, Elvin, they try to make their approach here. Elvin gonna be doing what he can to just mitigate the RPGs coming in, but unfortunately, he doesn't get his APS down in time and instead is gonna eat that RPG with his whole mouth. Now, we've got the reset coming through. They do manage to heal themselves back up, but this means that Bert's remains in control.
Right now.
But
You gotta be fast.
remember last time, Bert's remained in control for 99% of the cash out's life the first time around. All Scallywags needed was that last 1%. That's what probably going to happen this time as well. What Scallywags is banking on. Bert's needs to win a team fight early to prevent this from happening. And they start off not very strongly. They lose Chickpea. Chickpea will get revived here, but as Gremlin goes out as well, Chickpea, first thing he needs to do once he's up is actually to get the res back through. They're trading damage, trading fights here. Bert's still in control here, but slowly losing footing as the team fight just chips away more and more at Bert's final members. Sueco goes down, and there goes Z. That's a team wipe, and Scallywags going to be able to steal this cash out and steal map one.
I think so, yeah.
I had no movement.
Really, the pocket healer just came in handy. There were so many times that they were down to just a quarter health, and Elvin came in and just kind of healed his teammates back. He was able to get enough distance to save himself and his teammates. So was that teamwork that came through, saved them in the end.
Absolutely. And now as Scallywags walk away with 1 point here, you know what that means. All they need to do is take one more map. But hey, this is pretty insane because remember, two of the best light players are on medium. Yeah. Maybe this is a sign for Bert's to go back to light.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we see any changes in the next map. If they run the same loadout, it'd probably be the exact same match that we just saw. It was really close, and you can tell that both of these teams are pretty much at the top of their level. Every fight came down to just timing, spacing, in really low health at the end of every fight. It was great to see.
Exactly. It's that song and dance of trying to get someone at half health, keep them at half health so that they can't just get healed right back up, get your gun reloaded, and push in time to just get your advantage and possibly win a 1v2. And unfortunately for Bert's, Scallywags just has the ability to do it a little bit more efficiently and a little bit more consistently. So as we get ready to go for map 2, I'm excited to see what these teams will pull out, but we'll be on a small break until then.
No, 100%. You're good with it? Yes.
Already loading into map 2. They don't want to waste a moment. Now, we're going to be watching this again. We see Scallywags on the double medium. Burt's possibly still holding on.
It is not the best gun. Close right, I think.
Yeah, and we see them kind of charging towards the vault. Nobody is on it yet. Actually, I take that back. It looks like the Scallywags have taken to opening it. Both teams are playing really tight together, and that's always good to see. I think the more that you spread out and the more that you get isolated, the less of a chance or the more of a chance you have of just kind of losing that important teammate and just kind of not able to come back in time.
They're up here. They're up here.
Exactly. Well, we are going to see how the double healer goes through. Look at that insane zip line to try and take a little bit of space. They get the separation working. Elvin goes down. That's going to be one less healer on the side of Scallywags. And we can also see there that as Kelcam and Gremlin try to go recover the situation, well, when you pull out your defibs to try and get the res on your teammate, that means you don't have your gun out. That's exactly what Chickpea, Z, and Swayco are trying to do. So now, what we're going to see is Burt's on their redemption arc.
Okay, we gotta be in the same page.
Yeah, that was an amazing play. Just pulling out that zip line totally threw them off guard. You could tell that they just were immediately taking the fight in front of them, and then two people were zipping away and having to really just readjust their aim. It's just really cool to see.
Catch him by surprise.
Elvin is doing his best to take a little bit of extra space here. Look at how he's positioning himself to just make sure that he can keep the most amount of possible entryways in his sight lines. But now we're watching his Scallywags try to approach strictly from the rooftops here as Burt's tries to find another off angle, and they find it. Z and Swayco immediately doing some massive damage here.
The double healers are just keeping that heavy up.
They're just making fun of him at this point because they're keeping him alive, just standing on him, not killing him yet. They're forcing him to take as much time as possible. Because remember, if they just killed him right there, his team, that timer, 15-second team respawn timer, that would already be starting. So instead, take 5 more seconds, take 10 more seconds, wait, make him end his own life so that timer takes longer to tick down. And now as the team respawn comes through, see what the approach is.
Yeah, and these are just the strategies you only see from the top tier players, top teams that have kind of strategized, have thought about this, they understand every aspect of the game, the respawn timers, and it's just a really smart gameplay, honestly.
It's smart gameplay, and the most important thing is it's teams that practice together can end up playing like this. You cannot get this good at a game without practice.
Yeah, I mean, I have a couple 100 hours in this game, and I can't even think that way. So it's impressive for me to see. And really fun to watch.
Oh, and look at this. The charge and slam actually coming through in a match. I can't believe it. Elvin goes down. It's going to be traded out as Chickpea also falls. The res will come quickly for Chickpea, not so quickly for Elvin. We will see the sustain coming through, and Burt's maintains control. Unfortunately for Z, he was reloading through that entire pad. Kelcam is going to be able to get one kill, but he's traded out, and that's going to be the first cash out going towards Burt's, who maintained control, and now we're going to be rushing over to Vault 2.
Yeah, Burt seems like they have come back into this match just angry. They just want to get back and show that they are on top. This match is way more impressive than the last one, in my opinion.
Yeah, see dope. Yeah, I don't want A. I can set up a rotate. Okay.
We see Burt setting up. They have the cash out vault opening.
Over the zip, I have an angle pad off the skew here.
Get the dual view here. He's setting up a jump pad on the goo so they can get it and get over to, I believe they're going to go to cash out C almost immediately. Yep, that's a great positioning on that. Setting up the zip line, going to get over there. They're on the bridge, and they're doing a nice engagement, doing some chip damage, but we are going to see pretty much fighting starting immediately once this cash out starts. They're a little bit spread up.
Heal him, double heal.
Check this out. Elvin, Gremlin, Kelcam, like they need to be a little bit more on top of their comms here because Gremlin's pushing in without Kelcam or Elvin on the heels. They need to dedicate somebody to be the main healer when you're in this sort of situation because Burts, they maintained control last time and lost it. This time they're not losing it. They're so preemptive on these gunfights here to drop through and get the separations working. That being said, Burts finds themselves separated as well. One member of the team all the way up on the 3rd floor while the other two drop out seemingly to the abyss into the 1st floor, and Scallywags can't find them to follow up. It is one member of the team that's down, and they are going to be able to use this opportunity to get the steal here. And as Scallywags now comes to control of the cash out, it's up to Burts to feel out the way that they need to approach this final team fight on this cash out. If they lose it, no big deal. There's one more, but they don't want to put themselves in that situation when it's on that point.
Yeah, and Scallywags are actually in a really good spot in this setup that they have. They're set up on that top ledge in kind of a real defensive formation, and they can hop over and just see the cash out vault. So I think that they're in a great spot. They've even got the goo barricade. Charge and slam gets a kill. Quite impressive.
I love to see it as Gremlin pushes through. It makes it very difficult for Burts to find an entry, and now they're able to actually maintain control of this. There's no time for the next one. So I think that Burts here, they take the L on this cash out and they go and control the next vault. Reset your momentum and put yourself in a position of power for the next one, because if you get the team fight here, sure, right? But at the very least, we don't know where that next vault is going to spawn. And if Burts can try to predict where that is and maintain control early on, they can put themselves at a massive advantage holding the defense on the final cash out.
Should have gone middle map, but it's okay.
Yep. And like you predicted, this is going to come down to the 3rd one every time.
Next to us, on my floor,
it just shows that these teams are very evenly matched and makes for some quite exciting gameplay. See them fighting on the bridge. I don't know if this is going to take anybody. I think that they're just going to kind of fight and fall off.
Yeah, this is interesting because they're not going for what I said before about just taking early vault control. Instead, they are really trying to prioritize the team fight right here. And I think that is because the fact that Swaco, Z, and Chickpea, they feel like they can corner them in here and make it feel like they have no way to escape. And that's exactly what's happening. So now Scallywags, right, they're forced to kind of coalesce together in one segment of the apartment, and they feel like they can't actually exit anywhere. We're seeing Elvin try to split around the outside,
like 2 seconds behind
but
you guys.
instead they're going to try to take this sky bridge, push over to the other side, while now Burts, they bought the time that they needed to take control of the vault and stay in a position of power when it comes to this next team fight.
Yeah, and I'm pretty impressed that the distance that they're getting on them, and they're still getting kills even at these long distances. Now they're pushing in, goes for the first kill. We see the charge and slam. In fact, again, I don't think he hit anybody. Pocket healing from Z, and oh no, their heavy gets trapped in there. He's going for the revive, pushes in to see the grab their medium down, can't get him down, gets him down pretty low, and Elvin goes down as well.
Yep, Burts is going to be able to take control here, and Vault 3 going to make its way into cash out A up here in the art gallery. Oh no, they're going to cash out D. They're not going to be fighting for the art gallery here. They saw how that went the last time in the museum, this time pushing all the way out to the office. Now, the office building is going to be probably one of my favorite places here, and this isn't even the interior spawn, this is the fire escape spawn. This is so much more difficult to take. If Burts can maintain control for the first team fight and force Scallywags into a second half time remaining team fight here, this is going to 100% go the way of Burts. But if Burts can't get set up in time, they're going for this rooftop peek out here. If they can't get set up for that peek in time, if Scallywags is able to evade that peek, this could be detrimental because this setup is going to take a lot of resources away from that outside holding. Let's see if he managed to get up there. You'll see him come up at the top. But look at that there. Elvin's already pinging for where to expect to see teammates.
Yeah, there's so much verticality in this little office space area. There's bookshelves. There's these really high platforms, and we can see them kind of being forced into a corner. Charge and Slam comes in. Ooh, didn't do much damage, but it did force them to kind of spread out.
Yeah, it did, and that is going to buy Scallywags a lot of space here. Burts is going to be struggling to get in, but look, that's Kelcam who goes down first. Chickpea and Swaco going down to low HP here, but it is going to be Burts who comes out on top of this team fight, and this is exactly what they needed. Now, There's only half of the cash out time remaining, and that might not be enough time for Scallywags to come in here. Remember, it's on the outside, not the inside. If Scallywags pushes from the inside again, all Burt's has to do is fall back and get an angle, especially given the fact that Scallywags is running Charge and Slam. They don't have that mesh shield, which means that if they play from all the way out here, which is exactly what Burt's is doing, they can just snipe at whoever is taking their shot at stealing. Also, Sueco has a C4 out, ready to drop the cash out. There is no way that Scallywags is going to be able to come through to this. And if they can, I will eat my shoes live on stream.
Yeah, they're in the perfect position. There's just nothing that you can do. You just kind of have to take the L at this point.
Look at how far the cash out dropped. They dropped all the way out there, and they lose Kelken, they lose Gremlin, and here comes Elvin also getting taken out, and that's Burt's taking map number 2. No shoes will be eaten on the broadcast today. We're going to map 3.
Oh, I kind of wanted to see you eat the shoe.
Well, like I said, when you have that outside perspective, you know, to just understand how these team fights go, this game ends up looking a lot more like chess. I feel like that pad launch was like the icing on the cake for me, because I knew that if they dropped it, it was going to be fine no matter what.
Yep.
But they dropped it onto a pad that launched it all the way out in the middle of the street, and you don't have a mesh shield. There's no recovering that.
Yeah, no, it was really cool gameplay. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. And it did just kind of throw the enemy team just kind of like, wow, what do we do?
Exactly. And, well, we'll see what they can do in map 3, because we're going to take a small break. And when we come back, oh, it is going to be the most insane map 3 you've seen. So get ready for that. Gamers, we are here. It's Las Vegas. It's 2032. I've just put $20,000 on the line here, and we'll see how this ends up going. We've got Kelcam going for the model. We are not seeing double F-car gameplay. Instead, we're seeing some shotguns.
I'd love to see it. We haven't seen any shotgun.
It does the same amount of damage whether it's body or head.
Exactly. So seeing Kelcam on the model is going to be extremely fun here, especially because Las Vegas, this is one of the best maps to use it on. When you have these tight corridors, you have the ability to just pop out through a wall somewhere and just do some insane damage. That being said, looks like Scallywags did not get the good spawn here. Burt's will 100% be closer to that vault, and as we can see, the vault getting started out by Burt's. The question is, where will Scallywags deploy their measures in order to maintain control of the vault after it gets opened?
Yeah, and this is the real disadvantage of them running the shotgun, is that it's going to force these close quarter combat fights. And we see them kind of far away right now, and you can get some chip damage away with the shotgun, but it's nothing
can you
like
resist
the F-car.
I need heal. If we hear him drop,
And we see the Burts are running away with the vault.
They're just sitting metal. No, go away.
They're going to take it to cash out A.
They're right above you. Watch out, if they're
And I
dropping
think that they have every advantage right now.
No, they didn't drop yet. Swako, come door. We're going to padding height. 6B, can you pad height?
Yeah, so we're watching as Burt's just sort of they're moving away for this outside sort of angle. They're trying to ambush them out of nowhere. Gremlin goes super low HP, but Elvin is able to recover the heals just at the last moment, and Scallywags picks up the first kill here. So Burt's at an advantage right now, doing what they can to try and get back up, but it is going to be a team wipe here. Now Scallywags maintains control of Vault 1. See which cash out they take it to.
Let's go.
Yeah, I assumed A, but yeah, it seems like A.
We play ultimate height.
Yeah, looks like A, and we hear Elvin make the call to play ultimate height. Very common for
height. I don't want to waste my jump pad.
If they were playing on the other cash out, but over here on cash out A, this might not be the move because when you're holding up on top of this outside, this outside railing here. This is what's most likely going to be aggressive if they spawn the other side, like we can see right now. Burt's is just trying to push up from this up top part. This might be what Elvin really wanted to do, is control the spawns and make sure that when they rotate, they don't go from the top. That being said, if Burt's just decides to go down and go from the interiors of the buildings, assuming Scallywags don't follow them into the building, this will give them a massive advantage.
Come over here.
Because if they try to drop the cash out, it will not be easy for Scallywags to reacquire their position. And we can see as Chickpea and Swaco are going down, they are going to do exactly that. They drop it down into the bottom floor by the slots.
They're going to jump pad.
Steel is going to come through. And Scallywags, they don't have time to come back in and take control. So now they've got height, but for a cash out that's not theirs, they're going to drop in and try to get this steal really quickly. But Gremlin drops down to half HP. They're going to have to abandon the steal for now. Gremlin picks up the first kill, but Z picks up 2 in its place. It's now a 1v1. Z and Elvin. Let's see what's going to happen. Chickpea, will he be able to get the kill here? Elvin gets the res on the Kelcam, but so does Chickpea on the other side. Burt's is going to be able to pick up 1. It's now a 1v1, 1v2, back down to a 1v1. There's so many reses, I can't keep track. Who has 2 people up? Who has 1? Swaco and Z are up, and there's 1 player left standing on Scallywags. He's going to run away here, but Swaco and Z, they have the kill, and they're going to be able to steal the cash out back into their arms, and it's Burt's who maintains position here.
Yeah, that was great gameplay. I mean, we get to see them running in and out, trying to get some distance from each other, getting the reses falling down, and really just chasing and fighting. Amazing to see.
This is some good gaming. Oh, Z with the wave at the enemy team as he drops down to the bottom. That's going to be a strong start for them here. And it could come down to this. If you're Scallywags, you are now sweating because the fact that all it's going to take is 1 misstep and Burt's runs away with the win here. But Scallywags, their team of cool, calm-headed people, they're going to maintain composure going into this next vault.
Oh, they definitely can still get this back, and I think that we're going to see really a lot of challenging gameplay when they come into fighting close quarters and chipping away at their damage.
Exactly. Now, what's really good about this vault fight right now is that Burt's has the ability to remove 1 player from the equation, right? Because the Kelcam needs to get close to use that model. But once they're actually starting strong in this game from that long angle sightline, if they can't pick up that kill, then it just means it's 1 less opportunity that they have. Now, as the cash out gets started over here, the question is going to be, will they find an opening on the heavy? Well, that answers it right there. They do find an opening on the heavy. Gremlin goes down immediately. Kelcam will drop as well. This just leaves Elvin, which means only a possibility of 1 res here. I think they're protecting those trophies pretty heavily, trying to force in the coin spawns, a soft team wipe here by making sure that the reses can't come through. Elvin will be doing just that. Waiting for the coin from Gremlin. 5 more seconds until Kelcam comes in, and then they're going to try to approach from height.
Yeah, just kind of the waiting game, but it really does tick down on the cash box, and it can make it more challenging for when they dive onto it. We see Elvin trying to get some chip away damage. He's hopping down all of the staircases, running up towards it. And now we see Z set up pretty high up. The vault has dropped, I believe, so now they're having to force out of their position. They get the res back up, and Gremlin is down. Kelcam is down to his last health, and that is almost team wipe.
That is going to be a team wipe here, and that is looking so good for Burt's. And this, think that might be it, to be honest with you, because of the fact that Scallywag sent that so fast. They will have a chance at one more push towards cash out B, but I don't think Scallywags is going to be getting their LRC rematch right now. They will have one final chance at this, but given the timing, they're going to need to win a team fight and get a steal. And if you want to steal, that takes one player away. If you want to heal, if you want to res, it takes one player away. It's going to be pure gunplay from here. Let's see exactly what Chickpea has in store. Chickpea and Swaco going to be going back up to one another here. They're trying to find their entry. Look at the Scallywags. They're starting to steal already. Will they be able to be stopped? They get the steal. They get the steal, but it's already being stolen back. The Charger Slam is going to come through. The reses are coming through. Scallywags, they stay in. I was proven wrong, and Scallywags actually manages to steal the cash out here. Burt's, for some reason, left the scene of the crime, and they were unable to stop the steal. If they had just been in position right up at the top, maybe even with gas, they could have stopped it. But Scallywags stays in the running.
Yeah, that was amazing how they
have to
hopped on, blew it up, pull it down, and they stole it right underneath the Birds. Yeah, and brings it down to this last cash out. It's all going to come down to this.
Yeah, exactly. Once we get into this this first little fight of vault control, right? Burt's is in control of the vault, which is good for them. They can choose which cash out they wish to approach. However, once it comes down to actually starting that cash out, I mean, it could be anyone's game. Right now, what we're seeing is Scallywags trying to find their way to gatekeep, but Burt's is maneuvering around it. Burt's has just made it very clear they're pushing towards cash out C, but Scallywags, they might be doing this on purpose. They might be gatekeeping cash out D the same way that you would see this kind of gatekeep gameplay on Skyway Stadium. So now it's forcing Burt's to go into this garage cash out. And once they actually are they actually juking? They are. They made it look like they were going to see, made it almost all the way there, and now
jump pad on the left side.
Elvin's team, the Scallywags, are not in a position to stop this.
Take jump pad and take out the
It's such an interesting cash out too. It's all the way up there. It's hard to knock down, but once you get it down, it really can change the gameplay quite significantly.
And
I thought
remember,
that the safer option would be to go to C, but
remember, Kelcam is on the model, and so this means that they have one less player that can fight in those long-range battles. This is going to be huge right now for Burt's, as Burt's now has... Look at that. Kelcam goes out immediately. He's unable to do any damage with his model because he has to play from such a long distance. They waste one res trying to get him back up, and he goes right back down. Elvin is down as well. That just leaves a heavy. Heavy's not going to go over the steal right now, so he's going to try to run away. That means Z, Swaco, and Chickpea are all going to try to fight, because if they can get this wipe right now while he's trying to go for the soft team reset, that will cost even more time for Scallywags in the long run. Now, once we get started with the reset, Scallywags is going to have to change their approach. Now, cash out D was dropped. There is a potential here for that model to actually find an opening here, because cash out D is basically inside of the other casino.
Yeah, they're in the perfect position. They're quite set up, and it still is anybody's game right now.
They're trying to use those long sight lines here, but the steal might come through. The body block is just too much. But no, it's not. They are able to, at the very least, hold it and maintain. Gremlin goes out, and now Kelcam is going to be taking tons of damage. He goes down. Elvin on half HP. Gremlin just below half HP. There hasn't been a pickup yet for Scallywags. Burt's still with all three members alive, but Swaco takes out Gremlin once again. No reses in sight here. Both defibs have been used. Burt's is going to use this to try and go for the team wipe here. They need to get the reset in order to maintain control right now. Make sure no soft reset happens. They back up again. They need to stay away from Kelcam's shotgun. But as they make as much space as possible, they're going to be able to open up one more by taking out Elvin. The steal is trying to happen. They're going to stop the steal. The charge and slam happens, but they can't get the steal coming through. And it looks like Scallywags was unable to hold on, and Chickpea, Swaco, and Z, Burt's managed to take the W.
Wow, what a back and forth. I had no idea who was going to take it till the very end, and they even got on the try to steal within the last 10 seconds, and they probably could have gotten it, but they were able to hold it off, and that was quite impressive to see.
Absolutely. It was such an interesting play to see the shotgun come out on Las Vegas, because it can work. But unfortunately for Kelcam, every single cash out was at a disadvantage for that shotgun, that model. And especially given the fact that when you're playing healer, you need to support your heavy. And so they couldn't just separate and go flank for that skirmish route. Unfortunately for Elvin's team, they had to maintain on the heavy, which meant not getting any openings for that model. But still, an insane game between two of these top teams, and that means that we are going to have an absolutely stacked grand finals with LRC versus Birds.
Yeah, honestly, those last matches were probably some of the best that we've seen all day. So I think that this final grand tournament will be just edge of your seat, completely exciting. So I can't wait.
Absolutely. Well, big shout out to all the teams that have come this far. The last match is going to be coming up right after this. Footing on the moving platform there, has to approach from the bottom, but it's going to work out. He takes out Chickpea. He's got a back sight. I don't think they have enough time for this steal. They're going to try. They might have a millimeter get revived here, but this Gremlin goes out as well. Chickpea, first thing he needs to do once he's up is actually to get the res back through. Their trading goes down. That's going to be one less healer on the side of Scallywags, and we can also see that... Oh, and look at this. The charge and slam actually coming through in a match. I can't believe it. Elvin goes down. It's going to be traded.
So I think that they're in a great spot. They've even got the goo barricade. Charge and slam gets a kill. I don't think he hit anybody. Pocket healing from Z.
Scallywags, a lot of space here. Burtz is going to be struggling to get in, but look, that's Kelcam who goes down first. Chickpea and Swaco going down to low HP here. Look at how far the cash out dropped. It dropped all the way out here. Elvin gets the res on the Kelcam, but so does Chickpea on the other side. Burtz.
So now they're having to force them out of their position. They get the res back up.
Look at the Scallywags. They're starting to steal already. Will they be able to be stopped? They get the steal. They get the steal, but it's already being stolen back. The Charge and Slam is going to come through. The reses are coming through. Scallywags, they stay in. And they need to stay away from Kelcam's shotgun. But as they make as much space as possible, they're going to be able to open up one more by taking out Elvin. The steal is trying to happen. They're going to stop the steal. The Charge and Slam happens.
let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-four way. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa. Too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left at. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessive nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running out the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left at. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessive nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is time. It is the grand finals here at the Breakout Esports Masters Series. For the finals, we are here. It is going to finally be up to LRC up against our actual finalists that weren't the Scallywags. Going to be an interesting game. It's going to be a very interesting game here.
Yeah, I can't wait to see. I mean, if it's anything like the last matches we've seen, I think that we just can expect more high-paced gameplay and some really smart strategy from both teams. So I'm excited.
Exactly. I'm very curious to see what Burt's is going to be able to do. We've seen Chickpea pull out light and medium all day today. We've also been seeing absolute dominance on both light and medium. However, we look at LRC, we look at Nason, we look at Spoiler, we look at Blacks, we see what they've been doing. They have been continuing their domination. Remember, their standings right now, they're 4-0. They have not lost one match today. And it's up to Burt's. Burt's has lost one match. That's why we see Burt's in the lower bracket. But now they've climbed all the way out. They've had their redemption arc. It's time to bring that into this last call. That being said, before we do that, it's time to vote for some MVPs because it's time for our one-shot MVP vote here. We've got Z from Team Burt's. We've got Harbinger from DD, Nason from LRC, and last but certainly not least, Gremlin from the Scallywags. Rio?
Oh, yeah. So I believe that you can vote for these teams on Twitter. I think that there's a pinned message in the chat. And I personally, I don't know, I think Harbinger is really kind of my pick because he had just had that laser aim in all of the matches. I'm sure that everybody else has kind of their own perspective, but yeah, that's who I would pick.
So the winner of the one-shot MVP will actually be coming away with a very, very nice package from One Shot Energy. My personal vote is going to be for Gremlin, locking it down for the entirety of the time that the Scallywags were maintaining their upper bracket streak and locking it down as the heavy. Now, when you are backed by your healers, you are going to be able to do more, and so that vote for Gremlin on the heavy is also a vote for the rest of the teams. Now, once we actually go into that vote on Twitter, you'll see that link coming in chat. It is incoming, still a work in progress. But once you see that link, go ahead and send your votes on Twitter, and the victory will get it. Gremlin, you got my vote. That being said, it's time to jump into the finals. They are currently in their map picks, but let's go ahead and see what they have decided for today. Got Las Vegas being banned and Seoul being banned. That means it's going to be the trio, Skyway, Sis, and Monaco.
Yep, excited to see Skyway Stadium. These two teams are perfectly matched for a map like that. Sis Horizon, probably will see some great gameplay like we did last time. The cash out box jumping away. And then the final match on Monaco. It'll be interesting to see what variation we get if we make it to that map.
Absolutely. I mean, the biggest thing here is going to be LRC and how their playstyle directly goes against how Bertz is used to playing. Now, remember, when we've seen LRC today, they lock it down. They play that bunker style where they get the barricades up and running. They get the shields out and playing. Whereas with Swaco's team on Bertz, there's a lot more jump pad RPGing that won't be able to be utilized if LRC can get their APSs placed the right way. Starting out on Skyway is going to be awesome to see because you've got those longer sight lines. And once again, we keep talking about this today, depending on which format of Skyway Stadium they get, could change everything.
Yeah. It'll really, I think that we're probably going to take it all three maps. And I think that within each map, we're probably going to see each cash out go down to the last three as well. So I think that everybody can expect some really great gameplay and get ready because it's about to get started.
Absolutely. Bertz versus LRC is going to be a match for the ages. Now, it is really going to be the ultimate epitome of NA versus EU. Will the EU strats prevail, or will the NA strats reign supreme? I want to just say, though, it's going to depend on how Bertz decides to go through this. Now, Bertz has been playing double medium for pretty much the entirety of the day, right? They only pulled out the light once. And I keep harping on them because the light is so good when Chickpea plays the light. But we've only been seeing medium. I think we're still going to be seeing medium right now. If they do decide to go for the light, what are you expecting to happen?
Yeah, I mean, I expect that we're going to see just a lot of really good movement and jumping in and out of play. I'm betting that the reason that we're not seeing light a ton is because of that glitch that happened early on with the glitch grenade. I think that that's such a cornerstone of what they're trying to do that not running light might be the smarter option, just to not have any kind of bugs run into.
100%. Now, once it actually gets into the fight, the very first team fight, and yes, it is going to be Chickpea on the medium. Once we get into this first team fight, we're going to actually be seeing how these teams fully end up stacking against one another. And it's going to be about that control, right? Bertz needs to maintain control from the beginning to the end. If it starts with LRC taking control, it's going to be really, really hard for Bertz to find their way in, to find a suitable entry point. And that's just the way that it's going to work out for this whole game. Is Bertz in control at the beginning? If not, oh no.
Oh no, indeed. And it looks like we're hopping right into it.
Here's Nason 808 holding up the back of the team here. Blacks and Spoiler on the sidelines. Now, looks like Chickpea will be the first to go down here, being fully sent on by Swaco, though Nason does manage to survive with just a sliver of HP, but I spoke too soon. He goes down as Z gets the finish, and the res comes out, but look at how Bertz is just trying to maintain control of the situation no matter what. They are just full sending it. It's just going to be Swaco. He goes down, and unfortunately for Bertz, they will not maintain control for the rest.
Yeah, that was a really quick team wipe. Nice combat coming in, but yeah, Bertz just could not get it up. They tried to get a res, but when you get res, you only have half health, and it just was not enough for him to secure that last kill that they needed.
Je te mets un pad au-dessus.
Je pète la zip.
Black, c'est mon ping.
Vas-y. Oui, ça va vite setup.
I think that they're going to take this cash out A and get it started up there. I think that they have a good distance if they stay on top of this hotel area. It looks pretty destroyed on the roof already, but it is still a good spot for them to stay and kind of spot out as they approach.
The main thing is going to be this initial approach, and it looks like they decided to go for the positioning and heal through the incoming damage. That is going to allow them to maintain superior positioning and force Blacks to actually drop down to the bottom here. But Z, Sueco, and Chickpea, they're actually able to survive. They get just enough sustain here. Chickpea and Sueco, they're getting healed up here, and Z needs to start making his move now as the only player that actually has a decent reason to. Now this heal beam is expired. They're going to jump up to the top here with that jump pad move. They are going to be maintaining a little bit more efficiency than LRC. They're not on their heels, and so Burtz is able to take advantage of the situation, and that's going to be a full team wipe here for LRC. This allows Burtz to get in and start their steal, and now Burtz is in control.
Yeah, tons of healing happening. We even saw that the healing beam get timed out because they're just healing so much. And once that happens, you have to kind of shift your strategy because you just don't have that extra health to pocket on, to rely on.
On a un gros pad en bas.
Big pad et un gros pad.
Ouais, vas-y.
Je te laisse gros pad, je vais les bombes en
ça marche. Vous êtes prêts?
Attends Black avant de...
Ouais, t'inquiète. Maintenant?
We see Nason coming up. He's putting a jump pad down so his whole team can hop up. And I think that they have just enough time that if they can get onto this and get the team wiped, that they will be able to steal it back. And they're stealing it right away, which is quite exciting. He's going for the steal.
He maintained the steal through the drop, but lost at the very last second. But look at that, he's still committing to the steal. Even though it has stopped 3 times, he's still trying to go in for it, but it drops even further with that RPG shot, and now it looks like that was a little bit of a bad call as they lose their heavy. The situation is not stacked in their favor. LRC has to back out and try to reset for the next one.
Yeah, pretty shocking. But you got to commend them on their bold play. They really just tried to get in there, and if they would have been able to steal it, it would have changed everything. A lot of jump pad usage, good traversal. But yeah, they do get the team down.
So taking Vault 2 over to Cash Out B is going to be my call here for what Burtz should do. However, I think that Cash Out B is situated in the kitchen of Hospital right now. And if I'm correct on that kitchen spawn, that is going to allow them to be in a good situation if they can maintain control the entire time. Now, remember how LRC play. They have the barricades and they like to just hold themselves up in a corner. If LRC takes control of that, though, it will be detrimental because it's so difficult to make it in the beginning, let alone when you have all these other pieces of utility blocking anything from making progress towards you. So I think because of that reason, Burtz might try to go for C, but they're going to have to worry about LRC trying to get in their way in the meantime.
Yeah, we do see the lasers active, so they have to continually keep moving or they're just going to get zapped out of the sky.
Le mid-jump, laser? Non, le mid-jump!
It almost looks like they're taking it to C. I don't know if they're going to take it to the hospital. There's a lot of fighting happening over just this cash box.
Yep, the trade's going through immediately, and unfortunately for both teams, though, it was not taken down all the way to a 1v1 because each player that survived had just a sliver of HP, not enough to do anything with. Sueco comes through, finally finishes off Nason 808, who wasn't able to get healed up, and now Burtz is up with all 3 members. Blacks and Spoiler are separated, unable to get through. They're just going to try and let their teammate point in, save the paddles. The defibs need to get that full recharge for the next team fight, and this is going to allow Burtz to have a really, really good start to this cash out. Like we said, they want to make sure that they don't let LRC get fully baked into a site here. Z, unfortunately, losing this 50-50, and this is going to make things a little bit hard. However, as the heavy goes out, Nason Spoiler have to go ahead out of their way and get things to a little bit more of a stable condition. And Z is unable to follow up with that information, knowing that they're going to push that.
Lose the check. Trading back and forth.
Frère, ça me casse les couilles la barrière.
Finally another team wipe.
Tu sais que là je meurs juste parce que je peux pas mettre une barrière alors qu'il y a rien qui l'empêche.
Ouais, j'ai vu. Franchement, je te jure, on a
Looks
40
like there's even
pas
C4 on the
En plus là
statue.
on est trop bien parce qu'il joue.
Go test le volt avec une poison là.
Regardez le look, il est en 11-2.
Ah ouais, y'a que lui.
Kind of interesting that they're not
Faut vraiment
charging
focus les
for it
médiums.
yet.
Go sur le top là, go sur le top.
Charging for what?
Ouais, vraiment go sur le
Yeah. So once Burt's gets back into the fray, we're gonna see their approach. It's most likely going to be coming from the bottom side. I know the way that Chickpea, Sueco, and Z want to approach this is a surprise attack if they can. So you see them actually not trying to give away their position too much yet on this rooftop. They want to try to just take them by surprise. There's the pad over. Initial damage misses, however, and Burt's is going to be at a health disadvantage here. Look at the insane beams coming out of Nason right there. Immediately, the entirety of Burt's gets melted, and this is what I'm talking about. If you let LRC get onto the point, there's almost no taking it back. So Burt's is going to have to reset here. They're not getting this cash out. They got to go for the next vault.
Yep, it's good that we're seeing all teams go to the third vault though, because it really just shows how close matched these are. You know, Burt's might have a little bit of a disadvantage, but they are definitely giving it all they got. There's a lot of these really close combat. Like they're just getting in each other's faces, getting a team down, trading. That's quite exciting.
Big trades coming through, but unfortunately they're not really going to be for much here. At this point, Burt's has to call their... No, not the defib kill! Not the defib kill!
He did.
This can't keep happening in the Masters series. This is like the 4th time a player has gotten a defib kill in the Breakout Esports Masters series, and if somebody makes a compilation of all of them, I don't know if my heart can take it, because this is insane that it keeps happening.
Well, if it doesn't take it, we have a defib.
That is absolutely wild.
And it's so interesting to see them go for that, because I think it only does 50 damage. You know, you almost get the same amount by just meleeing them. So it's quite of a show-offy kind of play.
It is just a style move from Nason, the Nason signature, as we call it. But now we're going to be seeing Burt's taking control of Vault 3, and this is good because it looks like LRC, they're actually trying to gatekeep from Cash Out D. I thought for a moment there that Z was going to just throw the vault over and give it away to LRC for free. Thankfully, that didn't end up happening. But at the same time, I need to know what the plan is, because Cash Out D was just wide open. Again, though, they don't want to risk LRC getting in there and holding that site, because you saw how difficult it was for Burt's to deal with them on a rooftop, let alone in a corner with 2 walls that you can't break. Well, Cash Out D is not going to be the move for them.
Vas-y Rez, Spolier va prendre le cash et toi tu restes des amis.
On prend quoi, B ou D?
That was a really close match, close battle, because both teams got down to 1 player, and it just kind of turned into a res and then running away. And I think that they're going to take it to C. Can't tell yet.
Yeah, still a little bit. Oh no, it does look like they are going for Cash Out B all the way over in the hospital. No, is it going to be a D run here? Z is anticipating it to be D. Yes, it is going to be D here, as we see LRC ready to catch an insert. The insert happens, and now Cash Out D is going to be fought for. Ooh, the pad up to the crane is a bold move here from LRC, and Burt's is going to be able to quickly deal with it. However, they're taking a lot of damage. 1 player from LRC busts into the sideline here, and Burt's takes too much damage. They have to drop out to the bottom here, trying to find a way to zip over into the other building and take it from underneath. They need to drop the Cash Out underneath, but not seeing Sueco make the right moves here, and unfortunately 1 missed input's going to cost a little bit of time. The Cash Out falls, lands in the stairwell. Chickpea going to go for the steal right now. The question is, where is LRC going to try to counter from? They're right on top. Z sees this. He takes the jump pad in place preemptively, tries to pad up on top of them, but Nason is ready on this too, padding to regain height again. It's a battle of leapfrog, height for height for height, and now we see Nason doing what he can to try and recover with his team and maintain control. But as the barricades go down, Burt's cannot make an entry just yet. So instead, they'll make a steal. And they might have enough time to do it here because Nason can't make it into the sidelines here. But unfortunately for Burt's, LRC's Heavy made it through. They will be able to counter that with a trade here. Z takes out Blacks. But look at this as Nason comes all the way back at the top here. He's doing what he can to get the res. He can't get the res, though. That's going to be a team wipe for LRC, and Burt's maintains control. They get the steal. This could be it for map 1.
Yep, I think it is. I don't think they're going to have enough time. I think they're going to dive on it, but I don't think that there's a chance.
Cycle high, I guess. I don't know.
What an incredible play for the final cash out. I am actually speechless at how that went through. That being said, LRC might have time here. No, look at this spawn. There's no time. They're going to have to just run directly to the steal, but Burt's knows this. They can just counter the steal immediately. Unless... No, yeah, there's no way. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I was literally on the edge of my seat. Just watching that going in. It was really just bounce pad after bounce pad, and then saw multiple kills as they were like falling. So really cool, great aim, and just kind of impressive play from both teams.
Absolutely. I guess, you know, LRC, they got the defib kill, but at the same time, it was just not enough to maintain. And in that final fight there, it was that last drop when LRC decided to play off of the point. They dropped down a floor, and then that actually allowed Burt's just enough time to get the steal for free. And even though the Heavy from LRC attempted to go up to the top and stop it, which he did stop it, that caused the Heavy to go down, which meant that in the next team fight, LRC had no Heavy. They had no way to deal with the damage that Sueco was going to be able to output there, and then the steal was just free from that point on. So absolutely insane plays for map 1. We've got an intense map 2 coming up after this break.
I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now, I just wanna have fun, turn around now, I just wanna turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna now and turn around now, I just wanna
Welcome back. It is going to be map 2 here of, say it with me now, Breakout Esports, the Finals Masters Series, Split 1, Open Qualifier, number 3, Day 2, Grand Finals, map 2.
Well done.
Everyone get that? Got the PowerPoint up? Okay, all right. Now we're ready to go. Burt's, they're starting strong, and look at this. This team fight is already immediately just down to the wire, with everybody throwing out as much util as possible. And we can actually see LRC just maintaining control with those barricades. Once those barricades come out, it gets really hard to deal with. But remember, when you're pulling the barricades, that means one less slot for something like an RPG or a C4.
Yeah, they basically just stopped the push from Burt's, and LRC was able to control the area. Now we see they didn't even take much damage from it. I think that they did a lot of damage to Burt's, and yeah, now we're seeing it play out.
Yeah, and so here it is. Z is going to be trying to find the opening, and he does an insane amount of damage, but it's still not going to be enough there with Nason 808 turning around and just blasting. Blacks as well, going to be able to finish off Swaco. That's going to leave just one member. That's Chickpea. Tries to go for the res, but it's not going to quite come through. The vault fight goes towards LRC, and now the main question is, will they be going towards cash out A or B? Looks like it's A.
Non, pitié.
Yeah, it is a good spot. It's kind of in the corner. Great for them to set up, especially with their strategy, just kind of bunkering down.
Oh, and the gas as well to lock this up in the campus. Now, the thing about campus is that this area of Sis Horizon is very open until you get into the building. And so LRC, they know that they would be at a disadvantage if they try to fight on the rooftop here. So instead, they're holding into the site and hoping that Burtz is going to try to pop in all at the same time. Now, Nason is staying close to the cash out so that he can pop the gas barrels as soon as they need to. But at the same time, they're leaving up a lot of value of the outside areas of the lower barricades. They're especially once this rooftop gets opened right here by Burtz, it's just gonna start crumbling on them, and we can start seeing the damage come through. It's gonna be really difficult for LRC to deal with. Burtz has just created the opening that they need, and Burtz can just jump in and make sure they don't get swarmed on. They could have a good opening to steal even without the team fight. But the team fight's going to happen anyway. We see the damage going into the heavy. They lose one healer. Now it's time to try to take out the second healer there. Swaco goes down, but the second healer is down as well. They are going to be able to pick up a res here. And no heavy, no healer. That's going to be a team wipe. LRC. Burtz is going to be able to pick up this steal for free now. They might actually not even have time for another team fight.
No, I don't think so. I think that it's going to be a quarter of time left. It's interesting that they're forcing these really close encounters. Like you said, they're kind of bunkering down and not taking the distance. So, yeah, and I don't think that they're going to have enough time. They're going to have to take the L on this one and reset up for the next vault. But are they pushing it anyway?
I mean, they have to try because remember, if Burtz gets this, it's already on match point. Remember, it's a best of 3, which can go pretty long, but you get enough entries. Oh, but look, the steal. He maintains the steal through the drop. He maintains the steal through the drop. That's going to be enough. He actually holds it. Insane.
I was writing them off. Well, and that's what you expect here in the grand finals.
The ability, 1 pixel off of the cash out. If the cash out ends up falling the other way and goes slightly too far, moves slightly 1 pixel off, the absolute stability and aim tracking. This man's plays aim labs to track a falling cash out.
And it shows.
When you drop the cash out, the idea is that it falls away from them and it interrupts the steal. But because he maintained, they had just enough time. And now LRC is fine for the time being. They're not on match point just yet. And this puts Burtz in a pretty upsetting situation. They had that for pretty much the entire time. Now they have to do that again.
Yeah, I can angle pad off this dish.
Yeah. He's setting up the bounce pad. They're going to get control over Vault 2. I'm curious where they're going to take it. I bet B. And they are engaging quite far away from a good distance.
Je vois que le shield, il a plus de shield quasiment, le heavy.
I don't think anybody's going to go down from this. I think this is just going to be kind of a delay tactic.
Absolutely. Right now what they're trying to do is just maintain control of the vault here, and as soon as they start to get an option, most likely throw it away and just maintain the fight. It's happening right now. It's going to come through, but Burtz, they're not about that life. They're just going to see vault, they see money, and they chase it. They are certified bag chasers, but spoiler, Blacks and Nason are going to all be sub 50 HP. We're going to see that fall apart right now. Z does go out, but it's a 2-on-1 situation. The heavy manages to pick up one more. But it is LRC that loses the fight. This is going to allow Burtz to actually get in to cash out B, get started up. Swaco and Chickpea are going to coin in, and they're going to have a pretty solid upper hand on this beginning.
Yep, and I would fully expect this to go to the third cash out. I think that Burtz probably is going to take this one. They can bunker it down and yeah, we'll just have to see what happens.
There we go. Chickpea, Sueco, and Z getting ready for what could be the last fight of the match if they end up not holding it down. But even if they hold this down the entire time, there's still the chance that LRC comes through with only 5 seconds remaining and gets that millisecond steal.
Maybe more south of us, actually. Yeah, they broke less.
And there it is. LRC approaching from the sidelines here, moving into the museum. Art gallery.
Là, devant moi, devant moi.
Ouais, je suis là. Faites l'autre profil.
They set up the APS turret, so they're hoping to stop the RPGs that come their way. Their heavy is low, he's down. They're running away.
Oh yeah. As soon as you see one of the mediums just stuck in a fight, unable to go for the res there, and they didn't even get one kill on the other team, you know it's over. This game is like chess in the sense of you start with the health and you start with who's used the most utility, who is at lower HP, and then you charge the fight, and then you sort of figure out, okay, if they lose one, will they go for the res or will they keep fighting? If we lose one, do I go for the res or do I keep fighting? And every single fight has so many intricacies just like that, and it's every single fight can be different, even if they're going to push the exact same angle, which is what they're going to do, pushing the exact same angle this time around, one floor above. Let's see how this changes things.
They run for the skill jump, they made it. That's done. They're going to go right for the steal because they have to. They are using cash out boxes as kind of defense.
And I'm not even surprised he maintained it through the drop.
Wow.
You can't rely on the drop anymore when you're fighting LRC. They got the steal, and that's going to be it. That's going to be it versus Horizon. Nason just steals. It doesn't matter if you drop it. He did it again. Oh my god, this man's highlight reel is insane because he keeps dropping the cash out and keeping the steal through the drop. Okay, I just want to put this into perspective. This does not happen that often. He did it twice in a row. Twice in a row. It's like they planned for this. Not only that, this is the same player who continually gets kills with the defibs. This doesn't happen.
Yeah, top plays though. This is what you expect from the top players. I mean, they just know how to control that box, and even in the most tight situation, and they have just pulled out again and again. It's just shocking.
I love that at first I was ready to say Nason 808. We gotta name the move after when you get the defib kill, right? Oh, he got Nason, right?
Yeah.
But now he's stealing cash outs through the drop. Players only pick C4 so that they can drop the cash out for stall. And now it's not even an option anymore. If you are Burt's right now, your entire setup is based on this, which is now pointless because of the skill of these players. And this is an actual shakeup in the finals right now. Like, if you're not like playing at the top, if you're not like fighting for the top 100 of the leaderboard, you might not know exactly how intense this is. This is actually insane. And in the chat, we see right there, NTHX coming through for a fellow French org saying French power. Insanity coming from EU right now.
Yeah, some of the best plays we've seen all day. Like, just it's so exciting. And on top of that, I think that it fell through like more than one like floor, and he still maintained holding it through that. And like falling one floor, it is somewhat doable, but it fell again and again, and he just held it. Just shocking.
It is actually insane because again, both of those cash outs was. It was actually being held on by Burt's the entire time. Like, the entire time until the very last second. And so the idea that you don't even have to hold the cash out for the whole time because they just won this 2-0 with maybe 10 seconds of holding cash out time. Right? Like,
yeah.
It's so impressive. And so now we're jumping in. It's map 3. It's Monaco. And what almost was just an insane amount of pressure that Burt's had on LRC has now been flipped. Because if you're Burt's, do you still even run C4?
I bet that they do, because it's so hard to just change like a fundamental like aspect of how you play, and it still can work. You just don't expect it to happen, you know, twice in a row. But we'll just have to see. We're jumping right into it. This is the final match. Very evenly matched teams, great gameplay. I think we have a lot to expect out of this last match.
Yeah, and so Burt's right now is, I mean, they're definitely going to be sitting up in their gaming chairs. They have adjusted their posture right now because there is no getting comfy when you're in this kind of situation. Now, on Monaco, we are lucky to actually have the entirety of the church standing at the moment, but looks like a little bit of a misplay here from LRC as they try to figure out where their entry is going to come from. But it looks like if they decide to go for cash out A or B, LRC is just going to be in the perfect spot to counteract that from the church. They can just jump on no matter what.
Ooh, that RPG did some damage. Took Nelson down to half health. They're very split up right now, and I'm not sure this is the best option for them. They do have control of the cash box, but it's, yeah, they're going to have to regroup.
Yeah, so Burt's is actually going to be slightly in control here, but they're not doing anything with it yet. They're trying to isolate a fight here. Nason is going to go down to such low HP. Z is ready to pad over onto it. He does manage to pick up the kill onto the medium. Now, he is going to have to hide a little bit until his team can come and heal him up, but that is a solid pickup. The other medium is going to be half HP. There's no rezzing or healing going on right now because the mediums were split, and now the heavy also going to be in a fight. I believe this is a heavy 1v1 happening in that building there. Swaiko does end up coming out on top. Now, this will give LRC the chance at a soft reset because they don't have to just wait for the team wipe, but at the same time, this does kind of hurt them because now Burt's has the ability to set up in the Northern Forest.
Yeah, and it looks like they're waiting for Z to come, Black to come back from a coin. And they're setting up on the tower.
They're on the crane right now, trying to find their way in. They're trying to just gain information because when you're holding the Northern Forest here on Monaco, you can either hold it from the buildings, which is what Burt's is doing right now, or you can hold it from the interior of the forest. Now, because they're holding from the buildings, this can just be pretty much normal team fight where you try to get that long-range proc damage, and they are going to be able to do that, but LRC is still pushing through that. They almost lose Spoilers, so Spoilers going to pull out, but the same thing happens on Burst. One of their mediums goes to half HP, they have to pull back out. Now Nason is also super low. Oh, and the heavy almost goes out here. Look at this. Burst is able to recover all HP. They take out the heavy from LRC, and that is going to be huge.
Yeah, mid-air kill too. He tried to put up the shield, but it just wasn't enough. They just shot him down.
I mean, they count to 5 and then 8. They're hiding in this roof right now.
They're able to take him out. And for now, at least, the cash out is going to be fully in Burt's control. They're trying to find where those mediums are sneaking around, and they are going to be able to take care of at least one. Remember, they got to guard the bodies, but at this point in time, it's not going to matter too much if you can't keep your healers up.
Is that a team wipe?
It's not a team wipe, but it would be better if it was a team wipe because right now they're staggering the team enough to where there is no other team fight. Cash out A is now fully secured for Burt's, and if they had just wiped at the very beginning when they lost that initial fight on the rooftop, they would have been ready and had enough time to get another fight going on the cash out. But because they decided to try and stagger and play the chance at getting the res, it ended up playing against them, and now Burt's has the ability to end it all here with just one more cash out. That is all it's going to take. But we're in another team fight right now, and it's already trading off 1 for 1. Z is going to be able to get rezzed. But the question is, even if they come out on top for this team fight, how do you approach the next cash out?
Yeah, I think that they just got to go in blazing. I think that they're kind of playing it a little slow. And I think that now is the time to kind of change your strategy. They are getting really close team fights, but yeah, I think that LRC just needs to kind of step it up just a little bit more.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Burt's, even though they're going to have a great spot here with Vault 2, they'll have a solid foundation for which to start their approach to either cash out B or cash out C. Thing is that LRC is right in the way. And with the low gravity, we see that the vault clears to the other side of the map. And Burt's is actually trying to do this on purpose. They're trying to split up LRC. LRC, though, they're not falling for it just yet. They haven't actually decided to push one person and say, hey, you go all the way for the vault, we'll stay here. Instead, they're trying to figure out where Burt's is trying to come through from. And so the vault right now is just a decoy. Burt's on the bottom, they maintain, they're able to mitigate enough damage to at least position themselves slightly better. But LRC, they have height right now, and they're going to use this height to try and track down Burt's and figure out when they can find an opening.
Yeah, and the vault is just in such an odd spot that they have to go into the corner of the map, and anybody that's there is just really kind of stuck. I don't think we're going to see this cash out in place until we see a team wipe happen.
Exactly, the team wipe needs to come through, but both teams don't want to press because if you're Burt's, you don't need to press right now. You have $10,000 in the bank and LRC doesn't have any. And so theoretically, if you can wait 11 minutes, you win the game. But that's of course not going to happen. So LRC, they're trying to just push this as fast as possible and get this over with. But as the entry comes through, we are going to be seeing more heals than damage from the side of Burt's. Will that work out? It looks like it will as Spoiler goes down, has to get res. Nason is going to be able to hit that res, but with the heavy and the medium at half HP, we look at Burt's and they're still all sitting up at full HP. One of the mediums goes back down for Burt's. One of the mediums goes down on LRC.
Yeah, Burt's is really giving it their all right now. I'm quite impressed with what they're doing. Lots of jump at, lots of rezzing, lots of just real close combat, sliding around, going for the kills, pushing that heavy out the window.
Z goes down here, but Swaco takes out the heavy on LRC. It's going to be another trade going through, and I do believe that we just saw a team wipe. No, one player left remaining. One player left remaining on LRC. Two players now. They've gotten the res through. The question is going to be, when will it end? Another trade. The heavy remaining. It's now heavy v heavy. It had to come to this.
Both are putting up their shields, just kind of walking away.
And the first coin comes through as Nason is trying to get back into action here. Spoiler is going to be getting res. It looks like Swaco runs away here, chooses to let the team reset with coins. This is going to allow LRC the time that they need to go and grab Vault 2, throw it into a cash out. Low gravity is now over. That makes the movement a little bit easier, a little bit more predictable now. But Burt's, they're very unpredictable right now. Spoiler gets caught out, drops down to just 10 HP. Looking to see exactly where the heavy is going to be able to make impact right now.
And yeah, we are just seeing a lot of heavy versus heavy gameplay. The lights and the mediums are just kind of getting chipped away, doing their healing, but once they go down, it does become heavy versus heavy. And it is what we need to see. RPG did a lot of damage there.
And a big kill here. It's a big trade. Z goes down, but so does Nason. And now, as everybody starts the revival process, the real question is going to be Swaco getting this recovery before or after the vault gets inserted. Because if these coins can come through and they can sort of recover... Wait, the vault is going all the way over to cash out B. Wow. This is going to be good for LRC, but very, very bad for Burt's.
I love that we had like 5 minutes of just constant fighting before we even got this vault inserted. It just shows that these teams are just so closely matched. Yeah, I have no idea who's going to take it at this point.
Yeah, so it looks like they're opting to not stay on the height of the church, and instead, oh no, they do go for the height of the church. They're saving the jump pad for actually going onto the site. I think they want to just go in from the rooftops of the buildings. They know that LRC is going to be at least putting one person out on the roof. They want to take that fight ASAP. They are going to be able to take the fight here. They do a little bit of damage, but damage is also traded back through. They have to mitigate. They have to work on the heals. We know that LRC is healing up in there as well. No entry has been made as of yet. They're trying to poke and prod and figure out the best straightforward course of action here before they can end up rushing this cash out. But time is ticking down. Half of the time is remaining. Bertz is fine with that. They know that if they can at least wait for the last moment, that they can at least guarantee that they get the win if they're able to take the cash out. But that's the question, if they get the cash out. The longer they wait, the less opportunity they have for an attempt number 2. Bertz going for the steal here. Bertz gets the seal, and they're able to back out in time.
Wow.
Chickpea and Swaco get healed up. The shield doing just enough mitigation, able to back up on top. Look at this going for the yo-yo effect all the way around to the sidelines here. But Z is the first person to get picked off. Nason still standing up at full HP here. The res comes through. Z goes back down again. Heavy taking heavy damage here. And it looks like Nason is also going to take massive damage, but not Swaco goes out. And that's going to be Chickpea as well following through. No time for a repeat on this. And that means LRC brings us to cash out number 3 on map number 2.
Yeah, that was so close because that cash out was 10 seconds left. If that play would have just taken a little bit longer, they wouldn't have had time to steal it after they got the wipe. But it does bring us down to the last cash box. So this will be the last cash box of that map 3. Doesn't get more exciting.
This is the last cash box of open qualifier number 3.
If you hold for 6, you are first, but I doubt that.
And it looked like one teammate had 10 kills. I'm not sure who that was. I couldn't see it quick enough, but that's quite impressive for just 2 teams going at it.
Absolutely. I mean, it shows the mechanical prowess that both of these teams have right now. And it always just comes down to those last second steal. I think that if Bertz was able to time that steal a little bit later, that LRC wouldn't have been able to get it back. But it's so hard to make that call in the heat of the moment of what time is the right time to push. So now we're seeing LRC maintain control of 3. They really want this in the cash out C. Cash out C is going to be the best option for them. Look at this. Bertz is trying to get behind them, trying to put something in their back line and take away from them. Chickpea goes out, Z as well. The reses don't come through. Instead, it's just going to be a quick team wipe. Wait, the reses do kind of come through, but not in a way that matters.
He went for the res mid-air. He didn't get it, but it would have been impressive if he did.
Well, Bertz is going to have time to reset here, and Cash Out C will get inserted at some point. Now, luckily for Bertz, they did get wiped well before LRC is close enough to actually get the Cash Out inserted. And LRC was going to wait to insert that Cash Out before they respawn anyway. So they would have waited. This time it allows Bertz to kind of make up some of that extra distance. And in a match like this, that 10 seconds ends up mattering quite a bit. You can see they're already well on their way. And this is it. This is it.
Oh my gosh. It's such an open cash out too. Like it's really in the open on the bottom floor. So there's no way to drop it. There's no way to kind of get underneath it. It's going to be really come down to gunplay. Who can hit who the most and who can heal and keep their team alive.
Exactly. We've seen the teams using gas barrels as well, and I think that's also going to be an important thing. If you find a gas barrel, use that to open up an opportunity and cut off one of the angles from the many windows or rooftops that could be, that they could be holding you from. And now, as Bertz goes in for the early steal, LRC realizes, hey, it's a fake, it's a bait. Look up, and they're able to actually cut off. Chickpea almost goes out here, but instead it's going to be Spoiler that goes out first. They miss the res. That's actually huge, but Swaco goes down here. The res is going to come through. Spoiler comes back up, and it looks like it is going to be a full sustain as Nason also comes back up. Tons of reses on both teams here, however, and Nason goes out. It's going to be Bertz who maintains control right now. They're going to be able to get the steal, and Rio, look at the timer. This is detrimental for LRC, but we've seen them do it before. You can't just write them off right now.
It's still going to take a miracle if they are able to get it. I think that there's a chance, but it is very, very small.
It is very small, but I mean, that's how we're here on map 3. The same very small chance. But as that timer ticks more and more, I don't think that they're confident. They're going to push through. They get the APS down, but they just start the steal. There's C4 on it. That's going to be enough to start it off. Let's see, the res is going to come through. They've got the shields. They've got the heals. Do they have the steals? They do!
Did they get it? Oh my god.
They got it! LRC is your our champion for Split 1 qualifier number 3, stealing almost every single cash out from the last possible millisecond. This can't keep happening.
That was seriously some of the most impressive gameplay I had. I really was about to write them off because there was no chance that they did that, and they just got the perfect jumps. They hopped in there, they got the heal going on, they set up the barricade, they kept them out, and I just, yeah, I'm shocked. I'm shocked in the best way. So, what amazing gameplay.
I just gotta say, the chances of a French finals player stealing the cash out with no time remaining is low, but it is not zero. It is not zero. And the fact that it keeps happening, I think it's safe to say this is what LRC is known for now. This is a brand new playstyle that has just been unlocked. And I cannot believe that they're subverting expectations so much.
Yeah, and it must throw the Bert like in a loop because you feel so confident. Like, I have this. There's no way that they can get this. And time again, they've just lost it, just slipped through their fingers.
It is absolutely insane. And the fact that we're actually down to just like the top 2 teams that keep going to map 3, keep going to cash out 3, and it came down to the last possible millisecond. I mean, you just know that these teams were meant to fight. Huge congratulations to LRC for qualifying for our Masters event. There is still one more open qualifier before then, though. And before we even get to that, we have got some good stuff here. We've got some stats. We've got some MVP winners to give away. Let's go ahead and take a look at the results. The one-shot MVP is Nason from LRC. This man's has absolutely stomped on everybody else. Last-second steals, last-second kills with the defibrillator. I cannot think of a better person. This is the one-shot MVP for today's qualifier, and Nason will be receiving a nice package from our sponsor, One Shot Energy.
Yeah, congratulations, Nason. You did amazing and absolutely earned that MVP. That was just some of the best gameplay I've ever seen in the finals. So somebody to really keep your eye on.
Exactly, because not only that, but he's also our finals MVP. The most kills, the most score for the grand finals, because, I mean, if you're going to steal the cash out every single time, the last possible second, of course, this is the first time in Breakout Esports history that both MVPs are going to the same player. Absolutely insane stats here from Nason808. And if you are, an entity in esports trying to look at people, look at LRC. Look at Nason808.
Yeah, just the team to watch, the person to really follow, and kind of if you're trying to learn more about this game and how to get competitive and stay competitive, this is the person you watch. This is the team that you watch. Really, I feel like I have learned stuff just from watching today.
Absolutely. It is such a pleasure to be able to see this gameplay. And again, this is groundbreaking stuff because like I alluded to in map 2, it's when you drop the cash out with C4, that's the whole reason that you're running C4. When you're running defibs, you're not running them to kill people, you're running them to heal your teammates. But he's killing people, he's stealing cash outs through drops. This man needs to be stopped.
Yep, I guess we're gonna have to see in the next, breakout session to see if they're able to continue doing this magic, these miracles at the last second.
Exactly. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see our overall standings for every single team. So this was the bracket that we saw today. We watched pretty much all of these matches. Sans won. We've got Scallywags that almost had a fantastic run, stopped short by LRC, and then once again by Bertz. And Bertz really coming up from out of nowhere. We watched them take on Frog 3. We watched them take out Divine Dead, who had just beaten No Idea, and then taking out Scallywags as well, and then coming through, almost taking the grand final away from LRC. But LRC just keeps coming out on top, and Nason808 with the clutch steals, the clutch heals, actually end up turning the tide of battle. Once again, Nason 808 from LRC, absolutely deserving of both the MVP titles. But hey, Bertz and Scallywags and everyone else that we watched today will have another chance May 25th for the Master Series Split 1 Qualifier number 4. But once again, congratulations to Team LRC. We will be seeing them compete in the final Split 1 Masters coming in June 8th. But once again, everything today that we've seen, here's the map pick rates, right? Everybody's banning Seoul because we saw one game on Seoul that absolutely nobody wanted. Monaco being picked has been proven to be a success for the teams that pick Monaco. You want to play on Monaco, then you will end up winning on it. The teams that are banning it, if you don't ban it from a team that's going to pick Monaco, you're throwing away opportunity. And Sisserise and Skyway being picked by every single team today, not a surprise whatsoever.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the gameplay on Sisserise and Skyway Stadium. It felt fresh every time that we would see a team play, and just kind of seeing what they can bring to it. And Monaco was kind of the weird one, where a lot of teams played really well on it, but it was still banned quite a lot. I would like to see Seoul played more, but I guess we're gonna have to wait until the next series.
Absolutely. We'll see if things change in between any patches or updates or any sort of balance changes that make Seoul more viable. But everybody, thank you so much for tuning in today. Please be sure to follow Breakout on Twitter at BreakoutES, and you can also follow myself and Rio over there at RioBlast_, and I'm at ArtyIRL. Thank you guys so much for today. Also, don't forget about One Shot Energy. I know I'm going to be taking some of these voice drops here because my throat is killing me after this cast today. Rio, thank you so much for joining me. Everybody in broadcast, thank you guys so much for the insane stuff that you guys do behind the scenes. Really appreciate everything you're doing for the Finals Esports. Everybody at home, thank you so much for watching, and be sure to come back on May 25th for the Finals Master Series Qualifier number 4.
Yep. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for watching.
Fortunately, doesn't land before some of that util comes out from Frog 3. But now you see the Chickpea does enough opening damage for the team to come in. It is trying to deal as much damage as possible. One member of Frog 3 goes down before getting res. Come through. Vasilla is going to be back in the fight here, but Kynes taking tons of damage.
And grab the little statue and just run away and get their mate back, because now they're in a really bad situation.
A strong start. And last map, they were able to run away with it. First map, they weren't. It's a choice. They can either jump right on them, and that's what they're going to do. Wow. Sueco goes out, but it is going to be res through. Frog 3 still sustained all the way up. As Sueco picks up 2, it's just Kynes. And look at that, he's able to sustain with just come through. And check this out, Frog 3 gets a huge opening onto Z.
Heavy shield. Really
they fake the steal, are able to get the heavy down to 1 HP, but look at this insane damage. Frog 3 gets it, pick up 1, but not before we are going to get another kill. And there's the wipe here coming through the sidelines. And there it is, the heavy going to go down to half HP. The healer is holding back behind Dream. Will he be able to do it? Will he be able to sustain? He misses the shot. He's going to go down. That love seeing the dematerializer being used like this. And there we go. Insane bit of damage going through on the NetX. And it's not looking good. Harbinger's team is going to be the ones to lose one versus Ayaya goes down. Play because he sent one of the members of No Idea down into the other floor without... But No Idea, they're able to find an entry. Look at that, NetX comes right through, but oh, close though.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Just a few more seconds earlier.
That is being deleted immediately in a good showing from Divine Dead as things open up pretty strongly for them. A full team wipe without losing a single member. Divine Dead.
They got Vrak down.
And there's NetX going down as well. That means the Divine Dead should have a good... is forced to back off of it. They find an opening there, and they are going to be able to take out one, but no, it is Divine Dead that comes out on top. And No Idea, it was just for the third time, still able to stay up. Ayaya, though, might not stay up after this 1 HP still. So this is going to take away a little bit of key utility for this team. But as Divine Dead start to make this push, they are unaware that No Idea is just holding on to the other side. Harbinger goes down, and that Werewolf as well going to go down. Insane damage output. This man does not miss, even while he's going all the way across. Look at that tracking.
Stop the steal.
The steal in. Scallywags poking their head out of every single building. This is getting intense.
Kelcam
one
goes
shot on me.
down. They able to trade the kill, and they do. And that's 2v2.
Stay alive, stay alive. You're getting
playing for time. Nason tries to find his way in time, but unfortunately, it's just not going to happen. And I believe, and Scallywags will find this opportunity to go and get a finish. Though Gremlin will unfortunately get taken out. And this is now just down to a 2v2 on both sides, but LRC doesn't happen just yet. Instead, Scallywags still going to be applying pressure from the outside here. Still pretty instantly. Unfortunately for Nason, this is exactly what Scallywags is anticipating. And so that's going to be down to very low HP. He's unable to deal with the damage. And that means it's going to be a true find and entry.
Nice.
There, meaning that they're at the deficit when it comes to the 2v3. Elvin goes down, and this as well. Only one healer can't outkill that. Spoiler is going to take a bunch of damage. Heals are going to come out, though, which means less damage gives them an entry. That means Nason is the last person standing. Will he be able to get the kill, though? He gets the kill. No steal will happen in time. Scallywags unable to come away with that approach, but that approach requires so much precision. Nason didn't quite nail it, but is it going to be all right? It is.
Action happening. And we just see that Harbinger's just pocket healing.
Output there. Swaco cannot compete, and we are now going to be seeing, and Bert's unfortunately not able to deal with it. And actually, Bert's, I'm just realizing this now, they're on that double medium. Gas on the site, but there it is. Swaco with the RPG, gonna be able to do a little bit of damage. They pick up one, it's traded out. Divine Dead that lose the first fight here. And as Ayaya and Harbinger both go down to super low HP, they down immediately. But look at this. This fight is still lasting. The res is on res. This is Swaco from his team, and he goes down. The res comes off here. Midnight Werewolf does end up picking up one, but as the trades start to come through, Ayaya goes down. Gas, and that gas is gonna make it impossible. They don't have any fire to deal with it. Footing on the moving platform there. Has to approach from the bottom, but it's going to work out. He takes out Chickpea. He's got a back sight. I don't think they have enough time for this steal. They're going to try. They might have a millimeter get revived here, but this Gremlin goes out as well. Chickpea, first thing he needs to do once he's up is actually to get the res back through. Their trading goes down. That's going to be one less healer on the side of Scallywags, and we can also see that. Oh, and look at this. The charge and slam actually coming through in a match. I can't believe it. Elvin goes down. It's going to be traded.
Vault. So I think that they're in a great spot. They've even got the goo barricade. Charge and slam gets a kill. I don't think he hit anybody. Pocket healing from Z.
Scallywags a lot of space here. Bert's is going to be struggling to get in, but look, that's Kelcam who goes down first. Chickpea and Swaco going down to low HP here. Look at how far the cash out dropped. They dropped all the way out here. Elvin gets the res on the Kelcam, but so does Chickpea on the other side. Bert's.
So now they're having to force it out of their position. They get the res back up.
But as they make as much space as possible, they're going to be able to open up one more by taking out Elvin. The steal is trying to happen. They're going to stop the steal. That jump pad move. They are going to be maintaining a little bit more efficiency than LRC. They're not on their heels, and so Bert's is able to take advantage of the situation.
If they would have been able to steal it, it would have changed everything.
Le mid-jump, laser? Non, le mid-jump!
It almost looks like they're taking it to C. I don't know if they're
just unable to follow up with that information, knowing that they're going to push that.
Just trading back and forth.
And they take them by surprise. There's the pad over. Initial damage misses, however, and Bert's is going to be a help, but unfortunately they're not really going to be for much here. At this point, Bert's has to call their... No, not that you get enough entries. Oh, but look, the steal. He maintains the steal through the drop. Vault, they see money and they chase it. They are certified bag chasers, but... Spoiler, Wax does go out, but it's a 2-on-1 situation. The Heavy manages to pick up one more.
Running away.
Oh, yeah. As soon as you see low HP, Z is ready to pad over onto it. He does manage to pick up the out. Now, Nason is also super low. Oh, and the Heavy almost goes out here. Look, at this point in time, it's not going to matter too much if you can't keep your healers up. Instead, it's just going to be a quick team wipe. Wait, the rests do kind of come through, but not in a way that matters. Looks like it is going to be a full sustain as Nason also comes back up. Tons of reses on both teams here, however. They're going to push through. They get the APS down, but they just start the steal. There's C4 on it. They've got the heals. Do they have the steals? They do!
Did they get it? Oh my god!
think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't coach, the boy that I'm in. Now he's on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause you plotting on them with the tits on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Ding down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding down, 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 ding.
Smoky in the air, that's a lot of